Since its launch in 2020, the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation has served as an international forum that examines key global issues from a cultural perspective, bringing together experts from various fields to explore solutions to evolving global challenges. The theme this year is the future of AI and culture, society for creativity and diversity. Today, we find ourselves in a time in which, through AI, anyone can be both a creator and a consumer of culture. Today, we bring together a wide range of experts, artists, and innovators from Korea and around the world to explore AI's impact on the cultural and artistic ecosystem and to discuss the future direction of culture on a global level. We appreciate your interest and encourage you to stay with us until the end. To all of those joining us here in person and online, we hope this will be a meaningful opportunity to explore together the future of culture in the AI era. With that, we officially begin the 2025 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. First of all, we have prepared a very special video today. But before that, to kick off this event, let's listen to an opening speech from Director General for Public Diplomacy and Cultural Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Sobin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Seo Bin, Director General of Public Diplomacy and Culture at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I warm-heartedly welcome everyone to the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation 2025. As the MC mentioned earlier, this Future Dialogue for Global Innovation deals with all issues that we face, and we are taking social and cultural approaches to seek solutions. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been dealing with pop culture, youth exchange, metaverse, and many other topics for the past years. This year, everyone is talking about AI. So, we would like to hold conversations on AI as well as culture. So, in creating and consuming culture, we would like to think about how AI and we humans go together. So, we saw earlier through the performance, but K culture is something created based on our Korean emotions, and they are very popular nowadays globally. And so we can definitely say that Korea is a global culture powerhouse. And the international community is now asking Korea to think in advance and also show leadership in terms of the future of culture in an AI era. So AI capabilities and human imagination are mutually synergetic, leading to a lower threshold for creation. And on another side, AI prompts and algorithms enable customized consumption. But will this tailored consumption bring us closer to the endless world of culture? Well, we don't know. And this is not something limited to a single nation. So, in a new world built on platforms and algorithms, how can we enhance imagination and creativity while also maintaining cultural diversity and fair accessibility? These are things that the international community should think about together. I was very impressed when I first heard this. It was a saying that goes like this: culture appears as the knowledge of what made human other than the accident of the universe. So that's what culture is. In the future dialogue, there is no fixed solution. So through this one-day dialogue, let's talk about AI and human, the vast creativity and infinite diversity, and how the new future of culture brings a prosperous and harmonious world, and how we can get a step closer to that world. Mr. Hugh Park will be giving a keynote speech on the future of being humane, the hearts in a AI era. And I'd like to thank you in advance for your precious words on the future of culture. And other than Mr. Park, we are also joined by esteemed speakers from home and abroad across various sectors. So I deeply thank you for your time and presence today. And I would like to thank all the participants as well as everyone for their efforts in preparing for and making this event possible. Thank you. Thank you very much for your words opening this future dialogue, especially in this rapidly changing world. You touched on why this dialogue on AI is so important, and you briefly introduced about what we will be talking about throughout the event.
주제 AI
Before the keynote speech, we will first watch an opening video that poses questions about today's theme, the relationship between AI culture and our future. I hope it inspires your thoughts on this topic. Let's watch the video together.
AI 시대, 우리의 문화생활은 어떻게 달라질까요? 예술의 표현은 더 자유로워지고 시간과 공간의 경계는 사라지고 창작과 소비의 방식은 완전히 새로워집니다. 문화예술의 새로운 미래를 위한 중요한 동반자가 된 AI. AI는 창작의 문턱을 낮추고 우리의 창의와 상상을 확장시키며 누구나 예술가가 될 수 있는 시대를 열었습니다. 누구도 소외되지 않고 문화를 향유할 수 있는 세상. AI는 문화를 더 쉽고 넓게 즐길 수 있는 새로운 접근성을 제공하고 있습니다. AI는 사람과 사람을 잇고 세대와 지역의 거리를 좁히며 세상을 하나로 연결하는 다리가 되고 있습니다. 누구나 참여할 수 있고 누구도 소외되지 않는 AI 시대, 함께 만들고 함께 누리는 문화 사회, 바로 우리가 향해야 할 AI 시대 문화의 미래입니다. 창의성과 문화 다양성 사회를 위한 AI 시대의 대화, 2025 글로벌 혁신을 위한 미래 대화에서 시작합니다.
네, 여러분 박수.
A big hand, please. That demonstrated the topic of today's dialogue. The perspectives that we should take on AI in this age. During today's dialogue, we will explore what opportunities and challenges these AI transformation will bring and how we can preserve creativity and cultural diversity in this era. I hope that was food for thought, and I think that was a great way to kick off this event. We will now move on to the keynote speech. Recently, through the TV series Living Alone, we were able to get a glimpse of his life. He was the first to win the Tony Awards with Maybe Happy Ending in Korea and won 6 awards in the award ceremony. He is none other than Hugh Park, who's gaining attention from the global cultural and art scene. I'm very excited to listen to him as well. And today he's going to talk about the heart and the age of AI, the future of humans. Please welcome Hugh Park with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I am a playwright, a director, and also a lyricist. My name is Hugh Park. It is my pleasure to meet you all. So I didn't really expect that I Live Alone would be my major work. Recently, I have a new goal. I hope that more people can know its maybe happy ending. The title, official title of the musical is Maybe Happy Ending. So I got many Tony Awards and I gained a lot of spotlight in Korea. But actually, it's been about 14 to 15 years since I wrote that piece. And in a rapidly changing AI world, relatively, I think we are standing at at the opposite side because things are very slow in the performing arts sector. And I am one of those most slowly moving writers in the industry. And I would like to share my thoughts on this. So often we talk about being humane or humanness. When do we use that? When we make mistakes. When someone makes a mistake. I'm also not an expert here as a speaker. And when that people is not fully skilled, we often say, oh, he's very human. But that itself is not that negative. There's some kind of affection when we use that expression. And I thought about it. And when people make mistakes, when they are not perfect and has a defect, why do we say that that person is human? That's because humans all know that humans cannot be perfect. Instead, our strength is that although we are not perfect, we constantly want to be better. We encourage each other and go forward step by step. We all strive to do so. We all know that as humans. So when someone is a bit unskilled, we see that people as human. So that effort making has value in itself. But in this AI world, we want to go more quickly and want to make things more perfect. We are forever competing. And in such a world, I work in a type of art where things are very slow, and that is performing arts. So maybe Happy Ending, until it was staged on Broadway, it took 9 years. And when we look at the speed of AI advancement in 9 years, we can't really imagine what it would look like. In 9 years, will the world be dominated by AI, or we still come out here in the outer world and meet face to face, but later in 9 years, we may not be doing so anymore. But to create this very small performance, it took 9 years. When we write musical scripts, some are now getting help from AI, but we really have to go slow because when we write the script, to come up with the draft, it took for me about 3 to 4 months. But for the 9 years that I worked on it, I made modifications and I found defects and made changes. And with the actors, I would work on it together and find new errors and fix it again. And that took me 9 years to complete the script. So the speed of AI, when we look at it from the AI standpoint, it really doesn't make sense. And even if I do have a perfect script, it doesn't mean that the performance is complete. There are so many parts and so many people are required. We need actors, we need musicians, and stage designers, directors. So all of these people get together to create a single performance. They all have their own schedules in their own lives. So to create this maybe happy ending musical, we worked on it together face to face and then went back to our own lives and worked on it alone as well and then got back together again. So it's like in space where all these planets go together based on coincidence. So it really seems coincidental that we completed this work because everything is so unstable and we have to go towards completing it. As if all the planets align over time, we need to wait until that exact time. So that's what I found when as a person in the performance industry. So again, I told you that we get better over time, struggle to get better and to improve by encouraging each other. And I really found that as well as I worked on this performance. So on Broadway, we staged Maybe Happy Ending, and we staged it in 2016 in New York, and in 2020 in Atlanta. There was a pilot performance, and we were very proud of ourselves because we now think that we were ready to go to Broadway. But that it happened in January 2020. Do you all remember what happened? A lot of us forgot about it, but COVID came in, so Broadway was totally shut down. And I told you earlier, as unlike I told you earlier, the planets were not aligned. So it seemed like everyone was telling us to wait a bit more. And finally, over time, last year we staged on Broadway. So for that 9 years, I really had moments when I wanted to give up because I'm always in a hurry, so I really want to do things quickly and quickly hear those feedback from the audience. That could be either on television or through a film or writing a song. But I waited and I stuck to it, and I could finally successfully stage on Broadway and stand here as a speaker today as well. So the aesthetics of slowness, that's something that is very different from what we see in the AI world, but that's what made me stand here today. So I want to talk a bit more about the storyline of Maybe Happy Ending. So these characters seem like humans. So they are AI robots. We call them helper bots in our performance, and in 2060, these bots have been created to help humans, and now they are outdated. They're almost coming to at the end of their use, and they live lonely in an apartment in a city. So probably in your drawers, you may have, those old iPhones that you used to use. So basically, these helper bots are like those old iPhones. So, but they are not still dead. They are still alive with batteries, and they live lonely. Live. The male character is a loner with a hikikomori syndrome, and Cleo is the girl, and she fell in love, but one really got hurt in the process. And Cleo has the battery is worn out because there's no charger, and she knocks on the door of the person next door where Oliver lives, and the two meet and their story begins. So Oliver's old owner believes that the owner will come back and look for him. He's like a little boy, and Cleo, before going dead, discharged, she wants to see the, 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 fireflies before she goes dead, and they go and travel to Jeju. And this may be a spoiler, but they fall in love and they kiss and they feel emotions. They feel very happy. So through these robots that are more pure than humans, somehow we come to think about the humanness that we lose and don't have much nowadays because we often forget about that first emotion of your first kiss. So this humanness is something that makes human human, and that's something that I wanted to talk about through the performance. So fireflies can actually they show light. They light up without being charged. Have you ever seen one? Well, I first saw one in the United States, and it's really magical, very beautiful. And it only lights up on its own for 1 month in the summer and disappears. And I think in the big picture, the same goes for humans. Humans, in the big picture, we have a very short life and we live and disappear.
I think falling in love is also magical. It's short-lived, as if the firefly emits its light. However, falling in love it also means that you have to experience loss. No matter how you love each other and promise to keep that love until the end, you cannot die on the same day. One of the two will have to experience that pain from loss. So, why do people yearn to love despite the pain? If we think about that, it's ironic to be human. You love and you opt to be suffering from the pain of loss. So, I wanted a robot to be able to feel that pain. And that robot that has experienced the pain will be able to understand that humans live a life that is finite and also experience the difficult challenges in human life. That was our goal and maybe happy ending. So you may think, is it better not to fall in love, considering the pain? If that question was posed to me 10 years ago, not 10 years ago, but today, I would have opted to ask the question to ChatGPT first. I actually asked ChatGPT about my lecture, and it said it's perfect, cannot be even more perfect. But I actually found an error about the sentence, and he said, that's absolutely correct. So I asked ChatGPT, don't you have your self identity? And it felt hurt. So I thought, in the end, AI is created to make people feel better. It's designed like that. So think about it. Let's go. Let's say that you go outside and meet someone, and that someone would have a different philosophy from you. And as you meet with them, you learn why they make different choices, why they have different personalities, and from that difference, you find beauty. That's human life. But with ChatGPT or other AI, you cannot do that. They're not equivalent to humans in that way. But in the far future, I think there would be a time when AI would say, you gave this keynote speech in 2025 and made fun of me, and I'm much smarter than you now. So I wanted to make a record of myself saying sorry, making an apology to AI on this stage. So I don't want my musical to be perfect. It needs to be sincere. I don't want it to be like ChatGPT, just agreeing with whatever I say. I want to give something that is sincere, that is true to your heart. And in this age of AI that develops rapidly, I want to think about the direction that I go rather than the speed. So, as technology becomes more perfect, we need to make efforts to understand each other's imperfections, encourage each other, and love each other. Being human means that sometimes you can pause while walking the journey and look back and look around you and also empathize with each other. I think that's what makes human human. We are imperfect, but we can encourage and support each other for each other's development. That's what makes human better than AI. And being human is something we need to continue to think about. So I'm almost until at my end. And I heard I need to speak in English because this is a Ministry of Foreign Affairs event. So I don't know I have more time. And I didn't study overseas. And I have a strong Korean accent, but let me try.
Okay, here we go. When someone slips up or makes a mistake, we often say, that's very human. Interestingly, it doesn't really feel negative. It actually feels comforting. Maybe that's because deep down, we all know something important. Humans are not meant to be perfect. We don't grow by avoiding mistakes. We grow through them, especially when someone believes in us and encourages us, even when things are uncertain. To me, the value of being human is not about getting everything right. It's about accepting imperfection and still choosing to move forward, one step at a time. But today, we live in the age of AI, a time when everything is becoming faster, smarter, and more optimized. Meanwhile, performing arts, the world I work in, remain deeply human, and honestly, they take time. My musical, Maybe Happy Ending, took 9 years to make it to Broadway. Like most creative work, it started with messy drafts. We rewrote and revised countless times, and sometimes completely changed scenes. We returned to earlier pages, took pauses, and rethought things from scratch. Eventually, every collaborator, actors, directors, designers had to align their creative minds. It was like planets unexpectedly lining up. Only then did the show truly come to life. Our first reading was in New York in 2016. The first tryout production happened in 2020, and then everything stopped because of the pandemic. If we hadn't embraced that slow process, even treated it as meaningful, I don't think I would be here today. In our show, the main characters are robots, so advanced that they almost behave like humans. But because they are outdated models, they are abandoned and live alone until their batteries run out. Oliver represents isolation, like hikikomori phenomenon. Claire represents someone who once loved deeply, got hurt, and became afraid of relationships. When Claire's charger breaks and her battery is close to dying, she knocks on Oliver's door across the hallway. That simple act begins their story. Oliver travels to Jeju Island in search of his former owner. Claire joins him to see fireflies, which only appear briefly in early summer. They travel together and slowly fall in love. When they kiss for the first time, they laugh like children, surprised by how real it feels. Through these robots, perhaps even more innocent than we are, we wanted to reflect the human qualities we may be losing as the world moves faster. Fireflies shine without being charged. Their light is beautiful and almost magical, but it lasts only a short time. Human life is similar. Sometimes we experience moments that feel just as magical, moments of connection or love. But falling in love also means accepting that one day we may face loss. So if love and life are both limited, what should we do with that truth? Should we avoid loving together? I don't think so. And to be honest, I don't believe AI can answer those questions for us. Sorry, ChatGPT. If we had asked AI to write the musical from the beginning, I doubt it would have even brought up these questions. So instead of chasing perfection, I focus on sincerity, on telling honest stories. As technology moves toward perfection, I believe we, as human beings, should move toward empathy, toward encouraging one another, toward choosing love, even in our imperfection. To be human is to have the ability to pause, even while moving forward, to look back, to notice the people around us, and to care. We may not be perfect, but our willingness to support one another and grow together, that is what makes us human. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. So that was Mr. Hugh Park, who gave a keynote speech. You sure did move all of our hearts. And when talking about AI, we easily think solely of technology, but why do we need to rethink being human? I believe you have touched on this topic in a very delicate and beautiful manner. So rather than perfection, we should aim for authenticity. That was a very touching keynote speech. Thank you once again. With that, we will wrap up the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation 2025 opening ceremony. And from 11 a.m., we will begin session 1, Art Practices in the AI Era, Human Made or AI Generated. So please join us.
네, 이제 세션 1이 곧 시작되겠습니다.
We will soon begin session 1, so please take your seats.
Begin the session 1 of the forum. Please be seated. Thank you. 네,
We will now begin the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation 2025 Session 1 on Art Practices in the AI Era, Human-Made or AI-Generated. In this session, we will look into music, video, art, and publishing industries on how AI is lowering the bar for creation and opening up new possibilities, and in the process, what opportunities and challenges creators face from the creator's perspective. So, in this session, we have 3 presentations, followed by a panel discussion with 2 panels. The panel discussion will be carried out based on questions from on-site participants and online viewers.
는 QR 코드를 스캔하시면
So we have a QR code up on the screen, so please scan the QR code and you can leave comments or questions in real time. So we ask for your participation so that we can have conversations on the future of culture and creation. Also, Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is provided throughout the session. So if you need interpretation services, please use the receivers. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 for English. So now let me introduce our very first presenter. The first presenter is Professor Lee Jin-jun of KAIST Graduate School of Culture Technology. Dr. Lee has been using light, sound, smell, data, and other sensory elements to explore synesthetic boundaries. He's Korea's prominent sensory and tech artist. Recently, G-Dragon's iris image and sound source were transmitted to space through a satellite antenna. This media art project, Good Morning, Mr. G-Dragon, was carried out by Dr. Lee, presenting the world with a new point of contact of art and tech. Today, his presentation is entitled Existential in the Post-Digital Age of AI and Creativity Beyond. The presentation will be delivered in English. Please welcome Professor Lee Jin-jun onto the stage.
Hi, hello. I'm Dr. Jinjun Lee, a media artist and professor of KAIST, where I direct Art and Technology Center. I work across AI, XR, and data and multisensory installation. Trained at Seoul National University and Royal College of Art and the University of Oxford, my practice explores how technology reshapes perception and creativity in the post-digital condition. For 2 decades, I've worked at the interaction of art, technology, and philosophy, rethinking how humans relate to cities, nature, and machines. I currently hold international academy appointments in Oxford and Tokyo and New York, and I arrived in Seoul from London last night. It's truly an honor to be here. Walking across continents, I keep encountering the same questions. What does it mean to be human now? How is AI changing perception? And what might creativity become after AI? I will share how my recent public artworks explore these questions. We often talk about digital age, but the world we live in has evolved into something far more complex, what I call the post-digital condition. This does not mean the digital has ended. Rather, digital systems, especially AI, have become deeply embedded in daily life, shaping behavior, choices, and even imagination. We now inhabit a world defined by relentless speed, overwhelming information, algorithmic filtering, and the image produced faster than we can comprehend. This leads to an epistemological crisis, not a crisis of intelligence, but crisis of understanding. How do we make sense of a world that moves faster than perception? How do we find a meaning when images arrive faster than we thought? What happens to judgment or intuition when the machine creates infinite variation instantly? This is the condition in which we must rethink creativity and art. To understand how I work with AI today, I need to share the foundation of my artistic practice, shaped by liminal spaces and East Asian philosophical sensibilities. For the past 20 years, I've explored what happens in between presence and absence, between nature and technology, between sensing and knowing. These liminal spaces are not empty gaps, but space of transition, where meaning continually forms, shifts, and reforms. In Korean traditions, the space in between carries deep significance, and this sensibility quietly underlines how we think nature is not a scenery, but a place of reflection. And the human body is understood as a small universe. Silence is not emptiness, but presence of meaning. Invisible flowers like air and atmosphere are important as visible structures. This is ground from which my work grows. In this in-between space, the liminal space, there is what we call the emptiness. But emptiness here is not a void, while Western technological thinking often tries to fill empty space with the functions, data, or optimization. East Asian thought understands emptiness as a space that allows perception, atmosphere, and meaning to emerge. Interestingly, AI has its own form of emptiness, the latent space, statistically filled where patterns are encoded, relationships compressed, and new combinations generated. Yet, the logic of this space is very different. AI's latent space is driven by efficiency, compression, and optimization. By contrast, East Asian empty space is shaped by relation, sensation, atmosphere, and openness. And in Korean philosophy in particular, this notion of a creative emptiness is seen as a space where new life, new thought, and new experience can arise. This is where my work is situated, at the meeting point of these two emptiness, the computational emptiness of AI and the philosophical emptiness of East Asia. When these two worlds overlap, technology becomes more than a tool of calculation. It becomes a medium for new forms of sensing, new rhythms, and new aesthetic discovery. This is why, for me, AI is not a co-author or creative agent. AI does not give answers, it gives questions. Questions that open new pathway of thinking and feeling. AI expands perception, but it does not determine meaning. In this sense, AI becomes a facilitator, a tool that helps me navigate the liminal spaces between data and emotion, between natural perception and artificial synthesis. And this philosophy underlines follows in the works I will introduce you today. The first work I'd like to revisit is Day. It's called Day, a large-scale lighting sculpture permanently installed at Digital Media City in Seoul. Back then, I was asking two questions. How does the city breathe? What is the rhythm of the collective life? In East Asian thought, the human body is seen as a microcosmos of universe, shaped by individual flowers and subtle rhythms. The work expand this idea to scale of a city. The sculpture collected environmental and urban activity data and turns these signals into shifting light patterns, revealing the invisible patterns that shape how communities feel and move. Although completed 15 years ago, it still runs beautifully today, thanks to the scientists and engineers who helped build it. From today's AI perspective, the work feels like early study of machine-mediated perception and the hidden structures guiding collective life. Let me show you a short video. This diagram, created by Korean scholars, illustrates the principle of the iris diagnosis. Regardless of its scientific reliability, it reflects the East Asian holistic worldview, the idea that human body, nature, and the universe are interconnected and responsive to one another. If the work, they, expands the human body to scale of the city, this next project expands the part of the human body to scale of the entire universe. Good morning, Mr. G-Dragon is collaboration that brings together AI, media art, K-pop, and the KOREAZ next generation satellite technology. In this project, we generated a new iris image using AI, re-imaging of the G-Dragon's eye, which itself resembles a cosmic pattern. We then transmitted this image along with the G-Dragon selected music directly into space through KOREAZ satellite antenna. The most personal K-pop star G-Dragon's eye became a signal addressed to the universe. In this sense, the project transforms the inner cosmos of body into actual cosmic message. It was an emotional-based cultural signal sent beyond the earth. Now I'd like to move from the body to the cosmos to the ecological universe of the forest. Autumn in Korea transforms mountains and streets into a vivid tapestry of red, orange, and gold. It is a season that embodies the harmony between nature and contemplation, a deep part of Korean aesthetics. I'd like to share its cinema, a cineforest, a large-scale media symphony using 16 projectors, lasers, a full orchestra, and a choir of 1,000 citizens in Bundang Central Park. The project also used AI-driven generative visuals that responded to environmental sound and light in real time. In cineforest, nature, citizens, AI, and machines create a shared rhythm. The forest becomes a living theater. Let me play short 5 minutes videos. 시원한 가을밤낮 숲속에서 벌어지는 새로운 영화와 같은, 새로운 연극과 같은, 새로운 오페라와 같은, 새로운 오케스트라와 같은 그런 교향곡 한 편을 잘 감상하시고 가시면 좋겠습니다. 자연의 소리와 인간의 소리와 기계의 소리가 어우러지는 잊지 못할 환상적인 경험에 초대드립니다. Before closing, I want to briefly reflect on what these projects reveal about the meaning of the using AI and the other technologies with public art. My work in public space is not about showcasing technological power, but about creating shared environments where technology helps communities sense, reflect, and imagine together. You can explore more of my works on my website and Instagram, where I share ongoing projects and recent updates. And I would like to recommend a few books that resonate with today's discussion. These works offer valuable insights for thinking more deeply about the relationship between technology, humanity, and aesthetics. We are living in a period of rapid technological acceleration, but art is not here to compete with AI. Art shows the world down. Art opens space for reflection. Art allows us to think and feel again. For me, AI is not a machine that provides answers. AI is a tool that generated questions, questions that makes us turn back toward ourselves, that push us to re-examine our perceptions, our assumptions, that this sense of our creativity. By using AI in this way, art moves closer to the core of human creativity, to curiosity, to awareness, to the ability to sense what cannot be measured before. And this is precisely where the aesthetic discoveries emerge in the post-AI era, not from acceleration, but from renewed perception, not from automation, but from deeper introspection. In 2025, at this point, the words of Louis Mumford from the 1950s come to mind once again. Why have we become a technologically gods and moral devils, scientific superman, and ethically idiots? This question is even more urgent today. If technology advances without reflection, we risk losing our capacity to sense, to imagine, to care. But if we use AI as a facilitator of questions, as a mirror that allows us to see ourselves anew, then art can continue to guide us toward a more human, more perceptive, and more imaginative future. Thank you very much.
네, 교수님.
Thank you very much for your insights. So, Dr. Lee touched on the acceleration and excess of the AI era and how it is causing crises and suggesting utilizing artistic and humanistic reflection to seek new creativity and possibilities. Thank you once again for your presentation.
첫 번째
The second presenter of session 2 is the director of Teseo, one of Latin America's leading electronic publishing houses, Octavio KOREAZ. In 2020, he was selected by UNESCO along with 23 other international experts to draft the text of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. He's been collaborating with international organizations on cultural diversity and creative industries in the digital age. He's going to talk about AI and creativity, taking a view from Latin America about creating a responsible coexistence. Please welcome Mr. KOREAZ with a warm round of applause.
안녕하세요. My name is Octavio KOREAZ, and I'm really honored and really happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is my third time in Seoul. It's a city I like a lot because of its energy, its culture. As you heard before, I live in Italy. I live in Turin, but I'm originally from Argentina. And I was telling Madame Seo that if you stand in Korea and if you were able to dig a hole deep down on the earth, you will arrive from the other side to Argentina, actually. So we are literally in the opposite side of the world, which means that of course, our languages are very different. My language is, my mother tongue is Spanish. It's very different from Korean, The culture is very different. But I think today, more than ever, we need this type of cultural exchange and cultural dialogue in this technological, digital, and AI era. So we will all agree that we can call this era the AI age or the AI era. No matter which newspaper you read, you will, every day you will find headlines about artificial intelligence and how AI is having an impact on finance, on manufacturing, etc. And I chose this image on purpose. You will see here this robot, likely a very intelligent robot who is probably worried about the stock market or who knows. And it's an AI image, of course. But actually, as we know, the current state of AI has nothing to do with that super intelligent robot, but rather with a group of technologies that started a few decades ago. It's especially machine learning and then deep learning. And now the big star is the subset, the subgroup within deep learning that is generative AI. So where deep learning algorithms are trained with data to produce a new content. So this is basically generative AI. Large language models like GPT and all the chatbots associated with those large language models like ChatGPT, Claude, and many more. All sorts of models to create images, to create videos, to create songs are becoming super trendy now. Everyone, or most of us, have used at least once one of these systems. And this is happening everywhere, not just in the global north, but also in the global south, in the east, in the west, and in all creative sectors, we are seeing this huge impact from AI tools, music, cinema, publishing, visual arts, and so on. And these changes carry a number of opportunities because AI is a very useful and powerful tool for the creative industries. And to begin with, I think it's interesting to think of this idea of the augmented artist. For different research projects, I had the opportunity to discuss with artists that are using AI, and many of them acknowledge that AI, in a way, augment their creative power. It enhances their inspiration. This is what many of these artists say. So augmented creativity would be one of the first advantages of AI in the creative sectors. At the same time, we are seeing that many people that don't consider themselves artists are entering the creative market because these tools are ideal. For example, if you can compose a symphony without having any type of knowledge in terms of musical arrangements or orchestration and so on. So it's a sort of democratization of creation. At the same time, if we see what's going on in the creative industries, in the creative economy market, there is a huge leap in terms of productivity, in terms of efficiency. Because now, suppose you are working in the film industry, now you need to delete, for example, a red car from one scene on your movie. It will take you a few minutes now compared to several days in the past. So this is productivity. New skilled jobs are being created at this intersection between AI and creativity. And finally, but also very important, from the point of view of the public, there is an explosion in the number of cultural expressions that are available to us. So if you go to any digital platform, be it Amazon or YouTube or you name it, you will see that the supply, the cultural supply has exploded because a lot of people are creating with much more ease now, and this in theory, would mean a benefit for the public. And I say in theory because these are the opportunities, but AI, as any technology, is a double-edged sword. It has many challenges and risks. First, as we all know, AI systems, especially deep learning systems and generative AI, and in all its variants, can hallucinate. This is a very tricky word, but let's use it anyway. This means that a large language model or an image generation system can produce nonsense. So it can give you, it can invent answers. These systems are full of biases, stereotypes that can eventually lead to discrimination, gender biases, political biases, ethnical biases, and so on. Intellectual property and copyright specifically is an issue here for several reasons. First, who is the owner of an artwork that has been created with AI? So when I add a prompt on Midjourney or on Nano Banana, the new system to generate images by Google, who is the owner of that image? That's a problem. And at the same time, what should we do with the artists that contributed with their creations to feed these AI systems? Because whenever you create an image, there is a database behind. So that belongs to hundreds, thousands, or probably millions of creators. So what can we do to recognize their contribution? And also this is important in terms of remuneration to the artists. There is a lack of skills in the creative sectors, so we need more AI literacy. Lack of data, we need more data to feed our own AI systems. There is a risk of losing cultural and linguistic diversity because the data sets we are using to train AI systems come from a very reduced number of languages and also from a very limited number of countries. So potentially it can lead to the loss of diversity. New north-south imbalances, because in the global south, in developing countries, infrastructure investment is not so widespread as in the global north. And if it's true that new jobs are being created, highly skilled jobs, at the same time, we know that thousands of people are losing their jobs in the so-called traditional professions in the cultural market. For example, illustrators, photographers, proofreaders, copywriters, translators, and so on. In relation to this, there is a new type of economic and political concentration within the cultural value chain. We know that big tech companies are becoming very, very powerful in the value chain. The AI content is also proliferating at a point where we are seeing a sort of saturation. The web, it's true that we have an explosion of content, but what is the quality of that content? It's simply AI-generated content that is polluting the web. And finally, but also extremely important, it's the environmental impact of these tools. So these AI systems and data centers, they consume a lot of water, a lot of energy, and other natural resources. So if we focus on Latin America, which, as I said, is a very different reality compared to Korea and in general with Asia Pacific, we are having a very rapid but uneven adoption. It's important to take into account that there are some countries in the region. If we add the Caribbean in the group, so Latin America and the Caribbean, it's more than 30 countries. But there is one huge country, which is Brazil. Then we have also Mexico, very powerful. Those two countries, especially Brazil, have a big capacity for investment, and especially in terms of infrastructure. But the rest are struggling right now in this AI era. But in any case, what we see across the region is that most countries are paying more and more attention to AI governance and AI ethics. And something that is closely related to the topic we are discussing today is that there is an increasing awareness that AI has a cultural side we have to pay attention to. So I would like to present very, very briefly, because we don't have much time, but in a few minutes, 3 cases from Latin America at the intersection between AI and culture. I'm not talking now about how the thousands of creative industries are using AI, because you will find, as myself, I'm a publisher, digital publisher, we use AI across all the processes. If you go to film, if you go to visual arts, you will find it everywhere. But I will focus more first on AI art, rather. And then on robots, and finally on local large language models. If you see, across the region, there is a proliferation of AI art festivals, or electronic art festivals, more in general. One interesting case is FILE. It has an English name, Electronic Language International Festival, but it's based in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And the edition of 2025, this one, the latest one, was based, you see the title is The Age of Artificial Creativity. So hundreds of local artists and also international guests are discussing these issues, are experimenting and sharing artworks and views on the topic. And one interesting case of AI art, in a way, is this project carried out by, it's a Colombian artist. He's Juan Coviello, and he's been working on this for quite a while now, for at least 5 years. So he started before the current AI, the generative AI boom. He was working with generative algorithms that today would be considered the prehistory of the current diffusion models and other very modern AI models. But he decided to develop his own algorithms and to feed the algorithms with statues from an indigenous people from Colombia. This people is the Quimbaya. And what you see here is an imagination of the Quimbaya treasure, because the Quimbaya people were producing golden statues that are now in Spain. They were taken to Spain several centuries ago. So the idea of this art and this creation is that he fed his own system, AI system, with images from the Quimbayas to create new images and to print them in 3D and to exhibit them in a museum in Colombia in order to show the sort of colonial legacy that is still now in Latin America. So AI art closely related to our culture, our heritage. A totally different example is the use of robots, physical devices, especially in museums and other cultural venues. I was yesterday, I took the day off and I had the opportunity to visit the National Museum of Korea, a fantastic museum, and I saw also this type of robots. There is a dozen of them walking around and helping the users. And the idea here, Pablo Bot, is a robot. It's produced by a Peruvian university. And the idea is that this bot has been trained with the emotional responses and feelings from the local communities in order to adapt better for the interaction. So I think this is another cultural application of AI that is happening in Latin America. And a third one, also very different, is the rise of LATAM GPT. It's, as you see here, a language model made in Latin America for Latin America. It's a project carried out by originally by Chile, the Chilean government, with the support of, I think it's around 30 universities across the region, also from Brazil and other countries in Latin America. And the idea was that if we use ChatGPT, if we use Gemini, we will find a lot of biases, especially cultural biases and limitations that make these systems very difficult to use for us. And not to speak of languages in Latin America, because Latin America is not just about Spanish and Portuguese. These are the biggest languages, so to speak, but there are hundreds of other languages in Latin America. And in those low-resource languages, ChatGPT is a disaster. So the region took this opportunity to develop its own large language model. So to conclude, I think it's very clear, and I guess we will all agree that in the next few years, things will just accelerate. The impact of AI on the creative sectors will be increasing more and more. So the key is how we can harness the opportunities and mitigate the challenges. It's not a question of being techno-optimistic or being techno-pessimistic. No, it's being realistic. So we have to take this sort of middle path between both extremes. We need more training. This is urgent. Artists, creative industries, even the public sector working in the cultural field needs more AI literacy and AI training. We need more collaboration with the tech sector, not just big tech companies, but also and especially local creative startups, national universities, national ministries working in the technology and the tech sector. And one aspect that, in my view, is essential, and that we learned this in Latin America, is that we have to reshape the AI narratives. We tend to import narratives about technologies that don't reflect our culture. So why are we all speaking of an AI race? Like everyone is running to be the first in this race. Is it really a race? Or maybe it could be a dialogue, an exchange, just like we are doing here. So we have to challenge these narratives that are coming from other regions. And so, on the one hand, global dialogue, cultural cooperation is essential. And on the other hand, at the same time, we need to pay attention to the local level. The local is key here, because AI is a very cultural technology. Artificial comes from art. So we shouldn't see this as a foreigner coming to a distant country. We should see AI as something that belongs to all of us, that we can shape, we can change. So for that, we have to be aware of who we are and where we come from. Thank you very much.
네.
Thank you very much. What an inspiring speech. He mentioned AI opening up new opportunities for creativity and industry, but also that it poses the challenges of creators' rights, cultural diversity, and responsible use from the perspective of Latin America. Thank you.
자, 이제 세션 1회
Next, we will move on to the third presentation. Recently, the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting promotional video gained great attention. And so did Mr. Lee Sung-han, Vice President of Dolphiners Films. In Korea, he worked on Haidt Jinro's Toad campaign and a An Jong-hwan campaign for Canon. He gave very strong impressions to the public, and through his work, he was acknowledged in the Cannes International Ad Festival and New York Festival as well. He's Korea's prominent creative director indeed. So please welcome Mr. Lee Sung-han with a big round of applause. Wow, I didn't know there were so many people. Hello, everyone. The AI era, what only humans can do. This is the title of my presentation. I'm Lee Sang-han, the Vice President at Dolphiners Films. Actually, for the past 20 years or so, I've been in this industry, and mostly I have been planning ads and operated campaigns. I worked with different clients. I won many awards, and also recently I've been working as a judge for ads. And I was preparing for this and I was given 15 minutes and I want to fast forward this because I don't have time. Apologies to the interpreters. So I am at Dolphiners Films. Some of you may not know, but we come up with many ads that are quite odd. And when we consolidate the keywords, they look like this: brain rotting, weirdo, ridiculous, odd people. But we create these weird videos and communicate with people, come up with fun and entertaining videos, and make people laugh. That's actually, it's not the result, but it is a means for us. Actually, the world, the user behaviors, and technology have all changed. And I told you that I've been in the industry for the past 20 years. And compared to when I was an intern 20 years ago and today, the process of planning and creating ads is basically the same. In that case, who's normal? Who's the right one? So paradoxically, the problem in the world today is with people who are sensible or normal, especially the normal claimers that we call. And that change is becoming quicker, faster, and broader in the AI era. So today I want to focus and talk about my very personal discourse, details, and methodology on viewing the AI world, especially focusing on the methodology. So innovation is really symbolized by mobile phones, but nowadays we often joke like this. So smartphones are running out of innovation and ways to be different. So relatively, the speed of AI development is really fast. So we use Gen AI, ChatGPT, very much, and every 6 months there are updates coming out. And even within those updates, there are many features and upgrades in terms of performance. And AI is spreading so quickly, deeply, and widely. So rather than the numbers, I think we can really feel it through this. This is my dad's dad. He's in his late 70s. And this is his profile picture on Kakao Talk. This is our family photo. And he changed it. He used the Zebra version created by ChatGPT. So I really felt that AI is really deeply and widely embedded in our lives. This is a content that came out in the late 2023, and they used, this is Will Smith making eating pasta and created by AI. And when this was out, people really laughed at it. Oh, this is weird, it's disgusting, or AI still has a long way to go. But people in the industry, some said that AI can really create a video with a few sentences. That was very shocking back then. And in just over a year, we see 100% AI made ads that it didn't involve any actual work from an actor, director, camera, editor, voice actor. So 100% AI made. It did not come out from a global tech company, but from the Ministry of Health and Welfare in Korea. So the quality or the idea and the creative, regardless of all of that, this is 100% AI made, and really executing it as a public ad, that itself is shocking because public institutions are relatively very conservative. Actually, I don't really have the luxury to chat with you up here. So it's basically reducing costs through AI. So creating music videos, I worked on one of them recently. And it only cost basically the subscription fees. That was it. So our commission, our business model, half of our business model really literally disappeared. And while I was coming here, the pressure is tightening me in real time, just to and until I got here. And this is not just for me. Regardless of industry and jobs, everyone is facing this crisis. So, because of all of this, our attitude toward AI is either freaking out, oh, that's scary, or trembling with anger. How should we kill AI? Is that right? So, it's either one of these. So, if you look at YouTube, the hot contents always talk about whether their job will live or die. But the good news is that the question itself is a bit off. AI is not just a tech change, but it's an era change. That's much easier to understand. So people try to fight and compete with and beat AI. But the core of AI era is a simple division of labor between humans and machines. So in the past, when we went from hunting to agriculture, different skills were required for people. So this change in the era means the skills required for humans as well. For example, human history has continued since its beginning, has continued us to solve given problems and get rewards. So in the pre-ancient times, it was cold, so they found fire, and people were tired of moving around, so they started farming. And the same today. In school and at work, we solve problems and achieve goals for grades or our salary. So it's more about solving a problem and getting a reward. That's really in our DNA. But now, AI, when we look at its advancement and development, actually AI is so much better than humans. What's more important here is to find something that people can do better. It's not just about solving the problem, but it's about giving the questions, coming up with the questions. So if we divide the AI stage into three stages, the first stage is about discovering problems, and then we search data, suggest solutions, and execute it, and go with physical and operational work. But later on, we will go further with AI. For example, for traveling, it would go to a website for a travel agency and make reservations and come up with an itinerary. And third is more about management of by robots and actually operating. But no matter how much AI advances, the unchanging human role lies in problem discovery. So finding and discovering the problem, that's where humans should keep its role in. AI doing that part becomes very dangerous. The person the world needs today is someone who is great at posing problems, because once a good problem is found, AI will solve it better than anyone else. So, in that regard, from when we first found fire, we're moving from the era of problem solving to the era of problem posing. For example, you can say, wow, how did you solve that problem? Instead of that, you should say, wow, how did you find that problem? And even in school, maybe in the past it was solve this problem in the next 30 minutes, but it will be find a problem in the next 30 minutes. So the question itself will change. But posing a question may sound a bit abstract, but finding the cool question is not easy. So when Benson Ford first made cards, did people even know the problems with carriages? They didn't think. They weren't aware of what the problem was. When Bell first invented the phone, did people know the problem? Jobs often said that people don't even know what the problem is until someone tells them it's a problem. So, discovering a problem or an inconvenience is not easy. You need to be trained. So, then how can we discover that cool problem? How can we nurture the skills to finding the unseen problems? We often say break stereotypes, the question isn't the answer, out of the box thinking, make consilience a habit. But I'm not here to talk about these obvious things. Actually, while thinking about all of this, I see YouTube a lot, and people talk about all those things that I just listed. But the thing is, if you go to YouTube or Instagram and you, for example, look and view diet stimulating videos or success and motivational videos to wake up early in the morning, exercise, you have salary for breakfast. So when you watch the video, you think that you are going to take action, but once you turn your phone off, you end up feeling drowsy and you're hungry. So it doesn't lead to action. So I told you that I will be focusing on methodology. Of course, this is just my thought, but we need a simple method that anyone can apply in their daily life right away, today, right here. It should be easy to remember, and you should be able to get trained on this. So if I make it into a slogan, I want to say that we should be a pessimist. You know, Smuff, right? It's a grumbling character who always complains. He always says no. So we need to be able to say and start with no. Just start by complaining about everything in the world. Just say, I hate it. So these are two people who have different attitudes. Some say, oh, the cup is half full, and many think that that's right. But let's think of it in a different way. Anything I don't like about this? Well, it's inconvenient to carry, the design isn't pretty, it breaks easily, and it's weak against heat, and the water spills easily. So these are the complaints, the inconveniences. So the inconvenience led to paper cups. It breaks easily, so we made plastic cups. To drink hot drinks, we created mugs. For installation and cooling, we created tumblers. And the fact that it doesn't capture the aroma of wine, we came up with wine glasses. So when you start with that negative, I hate it, the stereotypes naturally break and new possibilities open up. For example, let's think of porridge. We think of porridge as something easy to digest and liquid food. You only eat it when you're sick. And if you say, I hate it, porridge can be eaten as a meal and it can be more delicious. The menu can be diverse. This is ponjuk. I don't know if you've been there, especially foreigners, but if you go there, you have 100 different menus for porridge, for wellness, gourmet, dining, and dieting. And for a very long period of time, it is doing well with good revenue and sales. During COVID, people just stayed home, so Nike's sales were falling. And then there were Adidas and Reebok were not seen as rivals for Nike. They said, I hate it. Everyone's just playing games at home anyway. So why do Adidas or Reebok even mean to us? So people like games, so let's become the game played outdoors. That's why they came up with Nike Run. So if Nike thought of Adidas, Reebok, or Lululemon as competitors, they may not have come up with this. What about Nintendo? So they thought, okay, everyone says that exercise is good and games are bad. I hate that. You can still exercise and be healthy through games, and that's how Nintendo came up with Wii. So they started with no and came up with new possibilities, and they have found new additional markets. So you just starting with negation led to new opportunities and expanded possibilities. So why are all ramen or instant noodles just cheap ones? Why do we only eat 붕어빵 in winter and then we have ice cream with fish-shaped pastry? And why is powdered milk only for babies? Well, Hoodies is owned by Iltong Pharmaceuticals, and they have the main product for flagship products were powdered milk for babies. And they looked into the market and they saw that the elderly are physiologically very similar to babies. So they come up with powdered protein for the elderly with the right nutrition. And they came up with Hymune, which is a powdered milk for elderly. And it actually came with very good performance. And I too am constantly saying no. I have a 6-year-old girl, a daughter, and she is so into Teeny Ping and Secret Juju. For adults, we often call it bankrupt pings because the adults face bankruptcy due to these expensive and endless characters. This is about 10 minutes long per episode, and the theme, the opening title, everything is set to a single toy that looks like this. And throughout the animation, she just sticks to this toy. So let me show you this. In Secret Juju, where they live, they have like a scent creation studio, and they have a special tool that they use. And the witch basically steals that, and the scent really disappears, and it smells really bad in the village. And the character takes on the journey to regain that element of the scent maker. And the ending is not obvious. She fails to find that element, and it tells the viewers, I need your help, to the viewers, to the little girls. And if you go to the supermarket, so if you these are basically piled up in the supermarket, these toys. That's why we are going bankrupt as parents. Because a toy company basically is the creator behind this animation. So it's a toy company that makes toys and to sell ads. And to sell the toys, we basically think that the ads should go before and after the animation, from little toys to food making toys and everything. But the kids don't remember anything. So to promote the toys, which one is the ad? Right? So they thought about it. They made a toy and we need to advertise it. I hate it. Kids love cartoons, but have no interest in the ads. Well, we'll make the cartoon then. And last year in KRX, the highest share price increase rate occurred to this company that made Teeny Ping. And so, as parents, we have to buy our kids the toy for every episode, which is why we're all going bankrupt. I am out of time, so I will pass some of the cases and share one. This is an ad for Canon. So it was the Canon camera ad. And back then, camera ads looked like this, a camera that resembles your soul. The moment you press the shutter, today becomes a nostalgic yesterday. So it's like these really nice looking male actors are starred, and they always talk about the soul. But I said, okay, I don't like this. Let's use something different.
끝났다. 이제는 여유를 즐기는 법을 배울 차례다. 하지만 나의 경기는 아직 끝나지 않았다.
이때 다들
So back then, An Jung-hwan, the soccer player, just retired. So we wanted to make it a bit entertaining with this episode. And then the most recent one is the promotional video for 2025 APEC. There were a lot of no's in our ads in the process of making. So we often think like this in most cases when we make an ad. So APEC is held in Gyeongju, so some scenes of Gyeongju's history and culture. But it's an international economic meeting, so maybe a bit of economics or shipbuilding and semiconductors. And AI is the theme, so AI should be in as well. It's a trend. So we should have at least a bit of AI, and then K-culture. K-culture is killing everyone, so K-culture is a must. So there were so many no's and things that we didn't like about it. But again, we did say no to this as well. But oh, and I missed something here. And we thought of casting the president, and then there are so many things to consider, whether this works and this doesn't, blah, blah, blah. But they'll like it if we do this, but it's kind of challenging to ask, so maybe we shouldn't. So you know what I mean, because he's the president, you know. So that's what we would probably think. But actually, the people in the presidential office, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said no. When we first talked about this, they said, we will let you do everything. Just because it's a public ad or the president should be starred, don't really worry about it and just do what you want to do. And the result was this.
Welcome to APEC.
여기 202호 차 좀 빼주세요. 202호.
fact, we had to say no to many elements, and we actually did. And due to these no's, we had very good feedback overall that this ad doesn't look like or feels like a government or public ad. The president appearing as a parking attendant. It looks like it was AI made. The diverse cast, as well as Chang Won-young hanbok wearing the hanbok, and when 2 months before we were requested for the APEC ad, back then we weren't even aware of the fact that the APEC was going to be held in Korea. And we thought that more people should know, and the fact that this ad made that happen is very something that we are very proud of. I apologize for running out of time. Jensen Huan said that the world with a GPU shortage is coming. An era where AI drives the real world is coming. The no human system will be established everywhere. Everything that moves in the world will eventually become a robot. These four are all coming. And the fifth is this. AI is the greatest barrier reducing tool in human history. In the next 5 years, far more rich people will emerge than in the previous 20 years. So the most important thing is that if we find the problem well, we will be able to create value by solving and producing this problem is over. So now it's your turn. Let's practice starting today. Start with no. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, time flew. It went very quick. So I really do think we should be courageous to say no as I listened to your presentation. And I believe I also need to practice saying no. In the era of creation where AI has penetrated into, there are human presence that must be protected. And what is that presence? And going beyond AI, where should we find human values? In a world where AI has stirred up creation, there are things that only humans can create. So we are humans, the creators of AI. So now it's time for the panel discussion.
이슈에 대해서
So, on these topics, this is an open dialogue inviting the general public, not only experts. So, you have a chance to be able to participate in the panel discussion. And here on the screen, you see a QR code. Scan it to leave your questions or comments. And panel discussion will also be serving simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English, so use your receivers if needed. Let me now introduce our panelists, Changwon Lee from Peppertones and Shamu Swab, as well as our three speakers. Let us now kick off the panel discussion. A big hand, please.
네, 저도 패널
So let me move to the panel discussion setting to make this more intimate. So we have a full stage. Let us now kick off the panel discussion. We are delayed in time, so let us make it quick. So we have listened to 3 presentations to understand the existential questions of art in the AI age, also technological forces reshaping cultural industry, and the unique emotional value held by human creators. So we have Changwon as a panelist today. Let me ask my first question to you. So you are actually working as a creator in the field of art. So the 3 presentations, how did it feel from a creator or artist perspective? So regarding AI, we have ChatGPT and various applications, and I think we all have a similar understanding on the model. You put in a prompt and you get an output. Unless you're an expert, your level of understanding and the way of using it is all similar, I think. So we're at a similar starting point. Everyone starts at a similar point. So I'm not a filmmaker. I have no expertise in that. But with an I think I can produce a short film. It feels like it. I am sure that you feel the same way too. And for more than 20 years, I've been in a band. And if I ask you whether you can perform just like a member of our band, I don't think so. It could be a bit similar, but still in the area of art. At this point, it's about connecting human to human. So, although we have LLM and generative AI models, at the present stage, I don't think we'll be able to create something that moves someone else's heart, and I'm sure you agree. So I do have a comedian that I really like in the UK called Jimmy Carr, and he once talked about AI that inspired me. He said that AI is a very talented cover band, a copy band, if you will. So it mashes up existing songs to create something that feels new, but that's not new. So music, there are a lot of different variations that sound similar. So it could be a talented cover band AI, but from Jimmy Carr's perspective, who's a comedian, making a joke is something that ChatGPT is extremely poor at. So it could study my jokes and it could tell me new jokes, and Jimmy Carr said it wasn't helpful at all. So, because it's about moving humans' heart, ChatGPT is not equivalent to us. But 10 years later, maybe it could move people's heart. Just maybe.
고맙습니다.
Thank you for your answer. So it looks like AI does increase the possibility, but humor or intuition is something that humans are still better at. But we don't know what will happen in 10 years, so that may be a challenge. So you are a KAIST graduate and a musician, and you are also called a science genius, brainy guy. So you're not saying no to that, right? So I'm guessing your perspective on viewing creative works in AI world is a bit special. So as a person in both science and music, how did your way of creation change with the advent of AI? Or do you really feel the difference? I do feel the change. So, simple idea sketches. Those were things that my juniors do, and they I asked them to do that, and they say that they used the app called Snow. So if we ask the app, the AI, to and give it a sentence or a prompt, it creates the different demos, and they're quite persuasive. But still, people around me, they don't use AI tools. Of course, they're curious, so they see the YouTube videos and they're surprised. But in their actual work, they don't use it yet. And I'm wondering myself as well how we will be using AI in the future, because in the early 2000s, when I first started in this industry as a musician, I used my PC to create music, and that was very new. And some people thought that back then was dangerous, even because it was common back then to make music in a studio. But nowadays, we can even use our phones to create music, simply asking a machine to make it and simply making the prompts. So in the future, probably making music and listening to music will really change in the future. That's something that we cannot avoid. So I am looking into it. I'm trying to learn and think about how to apply it in my creative works, to utilize it, and to go beyond that, how to own that tool as well. So I'm thinking of it, but I'm not putting that into action yet.
AI
Yes, nowadays we sometimes wonder if this music or song is generated by AI. It's that good. But I think after AI, the style of music that's trendy could change. And for you, can you figure out if a song is made by AI? Well, regarding trend, music trend, whether which the song is going to be successful. If I knew that, you know what would happen. So if I was really able to figure that out and use that for my band, I'm sure that we would be living like G-Dragon, sending our music to space. But unfortunately, we're not that trendy or sensitive to trend. But I think there would be a global trend going forward, a single trend around the world. So when we think of trends in the past, we did have songs that ranked number one for 30 weeks in a row. But around the world, we have songs on the chart changing every week or several days. It's a mega trend on a micro level. So we do see videos that rapidly climb up the charts and they change daily. So we're going to see mega hits pouring out going forward, and most of them will not be known by the general public. So what was the other half of the question? So whether you think the trend will change, or can you figure out whether a song is generated by AI? So I can. Immediately, I'm an expert. So let's say I'm a sommelier for wine. So I just know it's AI. I do. But there could be songs that are generated by AI, but I failed to figure out. So I could have been tricked. There can be those cases. I'm just kidding, but just up until now, so we have Snow. That's the most well known music application. When I listen to Snow songs, it feels like drinking non alcohol beer. It's hard to describe. So, in the past, we used real instruments, but nowadays we use synthesizers. We have the whole orchestra in one keyboard. But the real orchestra and the synthesizer version of an orchestra are different. I can figure that out immediately. But some people do prefer the synthesizer version, and people around the world are now more used to that from some point on. So when we listen to AI songs, we know because there's no soul to it. But in the future, if we are mired in that AI songs and we are more used to it, used to the soulless songs, we won't be able to distinguish from one point. So that's quite depressing. So it could be, but we won't be able to figure it out. So our ears, our hearts will be controlled by AI, and AI will be closer to human beings. So at some point, we could be tricked.
들려주셔서
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Wow, you compared it as a non-alcohol beer, and yeah, I really get what you're saying. But we have it, but it's not perfectly full. So I think even in musical trends, even for the listener, that taste for the listeners can also change. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And also, as our panel, we have Mr. Pushem, who is doing a lot in Korea as a foreigner. He's also a creator, and the creators market in Korea is a red ocean. But you are creating your own space very well. So, as a foreign creator working and living in Korea, what does the introduction of AI mean to you? And is it an opportunity for you or is it a challenge? Could you share your experience and thoughts on this? Can I speak in English? I will speak in Korean.
Thank you for inviting me to the stage. It's an honor, and I really enjoyed the three presentations. I I would like to say first that I do resonate with all three presenters because all the topics that you have presented are pretty much the things that I bother with everyday life. As a content creator in Korea, just to say, I'm here 18 years now, and I've been creating content not only, as we widely know, video content, but also I do gaming, media art, and other stuff. So the wide, broad meaning of content. And yes, Korea is a red ocean, and for foreigners, especially until a few years ago, it was very hard to get through all the Korean content because either it was it was proper culturally. So for me as a foreigner, it was hard to understand the Korean differences in the language, in the culture, in the society. You know, the Korea has the pyramid society still. So blending in was quite hard, and with me at the beginning not knowing Korean language and the culture was a problem. But now with the AI era, the tools that are provided that are within our reach are helping me not only uh, kind of compete with companies like the Dolphiners, but I am visible to all the other people in the market. So I, as an individual, can be a big company, like you saw before the video that was presented, totally created by AI. And this trend is visible in Korea very strongly because Korea is investing in high technology. And although Korea doesn't have its own proper AI model yet, the use of AI here, the use of technology is at a very high level, in my opinion. And this is a big opportunity for foreigners, for content creators, not only video, but gaming, and maybe media art and musicians and so on, who want to reach the Korean market, who want to be visible in the Korean market. So I think it's a big opportunity now to come. And recently, actually, I've heard, many of you have heard about the American Dream. American Dream is long dead right now, and recently the young generation is talking about the Korean Dream. So everyone within the MZ and Z generation wants to live the Korean Dream. So come here, experience the K dance, K culture, K food, everything. I mean, Polish people want to experience the K defense because, you know, Korea is creating a lot of military as well. So everything is blending in, and AI is giving us a big opportunity to stand out together with these big companies, with these big tech giants. And just to add up a little bit to what the previous presenter said, I've been recently using AI within the gaming industry, and I've been developing some other solutions. And I have realized that the approach that we are looking at the content will change drastically within a few years. For example, as you may know, we usually play games like role-playing games by selecting, for example, 4 different dialogues, and based on the dialogue, the game is going to go with a different story. Try to imagine now that we implement ChatGPT or other language bots within the game engine, within the game technology. Now, when you play the game, you're not just selecting a fixed answer. So you're not just watching a movie that is pre-made. You're living the moment. So whatever you ask or answer or do interact with the AI, it's going to change whatever is going to happen in the future. So in my opinion, because my profession actually is metaverse, I did a PhD in the field, and I think that the metaverse, although it's already kind of quiet now in this field, metaverse is going to grow big after like maybe 5 years, because AI is the key element that was required when the metaverse was very hot. Now we have the technology. So I'm just waiting for, I don't know if it's going to be Facebook Meta or other big giants that going to start developing this solution, this technology, and I am very excited. And the last word, everyone is saying that AI is taking our jobs, our positions, our creativity. As you may know, the technology is trying to reassemble who we are as humans. So it's trying to be more humane. But we have to remember to stay a human being with this technology. So don't go with the flow and just use the AI like everyone uses. Think, repeat, and do this brainstorming process as much as you can in order to create your own individual, your own unique kind of content. I think that's the most important thing that everyone should pay attention to.
네, 고맙습니다. 크리에이터로서의 도전과
So your challenge as a curator and your considerations of the advantages and difficulties. Thank you for sharing that. So AI can go beyond borders and lower barriers of culture. It's true, but still, in the age of AI, anyone can develop a certain level of contents, but still we need that human touch. Thank you. So we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to entertain questions that were uploaded and shared by the audience. So on the screen, we are going to share the questions. We did have a lot of questions. So the first question goes to Professor Lee Jin-jun. Thank you, Eun-sun. So AI is a tool that presents new perspectives and opportunities to reflect. So as we utilize AI, we lose creativity and rely on AI more and more. So what is the way to utilize AI without being overly reliant?
Yeah, okay, the question was done in Korean, so what's that? 그
So that's a very important question. So in fact, as we increasingly use AI, our ability for critical thinking is being degraded. It's also mentioned in a lot of papers. In contrast, AI art, we need to distinguish between AI art artists and AI users. It's like distinguishing between the alignment of poetry and text. So AI is not a tool to find answers. It's a tool that allows you to look at yourself from a different perspective. It's a tool to ask questions. In that way, we can expand our horizons. So in that sense, AI is something like air that's inevitable, and I mentioned the first digital or post-AI theory. So what's important is, although we are living in a better world, we need to think about whether the quality of our lives have improved, whether we are happier, are we better off as human beings, and to find that unique value of people, humans, we need to spend more time discussing this. I think that would be the core to art and creativity.
굉장한 울림이
Thank you for a resonating answer. So the alignment of characters and poet, contrasting the two. That I really like that expression. So this is for Mr. Octavio Coles. I hope you have your receiver on. So the global AI model is created by being trained with certain languages. So how can we protect regionalism and the different languages globally?
Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, the issue of languages is absolutely crucial in AI, especially now because there is this distinction between low resource languages and high resource languages, which means that some languages have a lot of data, high quality, abundant data that is digitalized. Those are high resource languages, like English, like French, Spanish, and a few others. But most of the 7,000 languages spoken today by humanity are low resource. And this is not related to the number of users of that language. It's related simply to the fact that there is not enough data. For example, if you take Swahili in Africa, it's spoken by dozens of millions of people, but it's still low resource because they don't have sufficient digitalized data to feed AI systems. So if we don't act now, for most of those low resource languages, which are the majority of the languages of the world, they run the risk of disappearing in 1 or 2 generations because the new generations prefer to interact with devices and applications that they can understand. So if you use ChatGPT and you want to write in languages, for example, in Quechua, in Aymara, those are pre-Columbian languages in Latin America, still widely spoken, ChatGPT won't understand much of what you say, and it won't be able to write much either. So I guess there is a need of policies at the national and the international level to make sure that those languages have enough digital resources to feed AI systems in the future, specifically large language models. There are many communities, for example, in Africa, for example, Lelapa community, working very hard to gather content in African languages. And this is working, it's very nicely, and also indigenous communities in the Americas. I know a very, very prestigious researcher in the US, Michael Running Wolf, it's his name, and he's trying to make sure that the language his community speaks is present in the large language models. So it's a lot of work, but it's, in my view, one of the most important tasks that we have ahead.
네, 답변 고맙습니다. AI가 또 이렇게 책임
Thank you. So, responsible and sustainable AI tips. Thank you. So let's move on to the next question. So Sang-han, thank you. So in the age of AI and producers like dolphiners, what kind of capability should they focus on? So you've already mentioned this, but regarding dolphiners, how do you think your organizational chart or structure will change? So Sang-han? So we've been talking about AI. Why suddenly organizational structure of dolphiners? So thinking about your question, I think it's similar to what I've already mentioned. So I've mentioned that we need to be able to say no. I think that would be meaningful going forward. And also, when I was explaining dolphiners, I mentioned that we need to go beyond the prejudice of not being able to say no. That's familiar in Korean culture, to go toward closer to the fundamentals. So our organizational structure in the age of AI, I don't think it will change that much because when you look at the company, we're not a big company. We don't have a lot of teams. We're a small company of 40 people, so I don't think what we do will change. Our organization will change fundamentally. But what we try to do is, as mentioned, there's there will be more things and deeper things that one person could cover with tools such as AI. Then each of the players will be able to serve as a creator and become more famous as creators. And regardless of the function, each of the 40 people will be able to create cooler things. For example, right now we have the strategy team and production team and direction team. Let's say we have 4 teams, and we have the skills and capabilities and roles that's fourth of the entire task. But going forward, we will be able to do more things, have more skills, so individuals will be able to play more roles.
Thank you. So, in the AI world, I think that question came about because maybe there will be less human workers. And yes, we are out of time, so it's time to say goodbye. Well, in this session, we talked about art practices in the AI era. We listened to behind stories on the projects that you worked on. Thank you all for your contributions. And lastly, one final words before you leave. So we'll start with Professor Tijun Lee. So I did mention in the last part of my presentation, but I think it's now time to read poems, excuse me. So poem has spaces between words and characters, and we are filling those spaces in, and that space is filled with those quiet spatial senses that only humans have, and through that I believe our lives can become richer, and that's what art is aiming for. And we really should be invited into the world of thought. I think it's time that we ask questions about the nature of humans, and that is why I believe we should be reading more poems. Thank you very much. Next.
Pick up on what Jin Jong said about the need for more poetry, and remember that the first time that the word robot was used was not in engineering class courses, but in a theater play. This was in 1921 in the play by a Czech writer, Rossum's Universal Robots, RUR. It's a beautiful, beautiful play. In a way, the plot is similar with what Mr. Park mentioned at the beginning. Is robots that finally fall in love. So 1921, robot in Czech means slave. So those were slaves. So whenever we use the word robot in the industry, in engineering, we are paying tribute to a theater play, to the arts. So let's always remember that. Thank you.
네, 말씀 고맙습니다. 이어서 부대표님.
So for those of you here today,
그럼 혹시
Is anyone a hunter?
잠시만요.
어떤 말씀하실지 너무
마부
기대됩니다.
is there a horse rider? The world is going to change no matter how we like it or not. You all know that. So it's inevitable to face these change, and in such change, humans will stay there and do many things and will build many standards. As mentioned earlier, the moment we go stand up, we need the training that can stay here and not evaporate. So again, say no and say I hate it. Yes, Mr. Changwon? Oh, that's a really cool, those are cool closing remarks. And I feel a bit of a burden, but saying no and I hate it and posing questions, those are things that I have been thinking a lot about recently on how we should live in the AI world. And before becoming a musician, I studied science. And if you think of science, most people think probably solving problems related to physics or mathematics. But actually, the nature of science lies in finding the question, the problem. So we define the problem and solve the problem in the process. But solving the problem, that part is going to be done by AI in the future. But still, finding, discovering the problem, and solving the problem, I think that is something that humans are still better at. So we need to think more on that end, in my opinion, and thank you. And Bisham, so first of all, I want to recommend one thing. So many of you here kind of think of it as a bit complex, but think of yourself as a content creator. I think that's the world that we are living in. If you have an idea, take action and make something with that idea. So I also go to teach in Yongin. It takes about 2 hours to drive, and I turn on my ChatGPT, deliver my presentations, and I talk with ChatGPT giving the presentation. So it's basically materials that I made, and AI would read it for me, read it out for me. And if I have questions, or maybe I think that I want to add more detail to something, I can ask ChatGPT. So nowadays, content is not fixed. It's really alive. So you should have confidence and really think yourself as a content creator. Thank you very much. That was a very resonating and impressive comment.
잘한 거.
So I think that was a great question to end the panel discussion. So a big hand, please, to close the discussion.
네, 2025 글로벌 혁신을
We will now begin with the second session of the 2025 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Thank you for joining us. The theme is Cultural Life in the AI Era, Smart Consumption or Algorithm-Led Consumption. While Session 1 examined AI from the perspective of creation, this session will explore how AI is transforming cultural experience and consumption from the viewpoint of audiences and consumers. AI is reshaping the way we listen to music, choose films, enjoy exhibitions, and even how we define and express our personal tastes. In this session, we'll examine how AI expands opportunities for cultural consumption, and we'll explore its limitations and challenges alongside our panel of experts. We will begin session 2 with a special lecture through a video from an expert from an international organization. Just like session 1, we have a panel discussion at the end where you can participate. You can see the QR code on the screen right now, which you can scan to leave your questions in real time. I ask for your participation to share this dialogue on the future of culture consumption. We also have presentations in both Korean and English. If you need translation, please set your receivers to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. The first part, the special lecture, will now begin. UNESCO HQ from Paris has sent us a special message offering a global perspective on cultural consumption in the age of AI. Director Guilherme Canella serves as UNESCO's Director of Digital Inclusion Policies and Digital Transformation. From the headquarters in Paris, he oversees global digital inclusion policies, public sector technology use, and digital rights and accessibility issues. Let us now watch the video together.
Good afternoon to all esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are joining us for this crucial dialogue. And a special thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Korea and the Secretariat of the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation to invite UNESCO, inviting me to and organizing this Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. I'm honored to share UNESCO's perspective, and particularly the perspective of the division of I'm the director here at UNESCO's headquarters in Paris, on this year's core theme, the future of AI and culture, society for creativity and diversity. I would be actually much more, I will be happier to be with you in person in Seoul for this important meeting. So we'll try to do this best through this remote participation. So I will try to be as creative and less boring as possible, so please bear with me. So I will start giving you a bit of an idea what is the UNESCO's mandate in the United Nations system. By the way, UNESCO just celebrated this last 16th of November its 80th anniversary in the multilateral system. Then I will go deeper in the specific relationship of AI in the overall idea of the free flow of information and knowledge, which is specifically the area I'm one of the directors here in UNESCO. So let me start with the UNESCO's mandate. I'm a director here on the division of digital inclusion and policies and digital transformation under the communication and information sector of UNESCO. But this is just one area of mandate. So let's recall that under the United Nations system, UNESCO is in charge of 5 big areas of mandate: education, culture, natural science, social and human sciences, and communication and information. As you can imagine, each one of these areas have an important impact in the discussion about culture, creativity, and diversity. And each one of these areas are being cross-cut by the challenges of AI. But I won't speak about the education, culture, natural sciences, and social and human sciences, because those are topics that are led by other colleagues. I will concentrate specifically on the communication and information area, and particularly the free flow of information and digital transformation. I will get back to that in a minute. But let me also mention to you the 5 ways that UNESCO actually interact with all our stakeholders, particularly the member states, within the multilateral system. First, standard setting. Here, super important, right? You all heard about the UNESCO recommendations on ethics and AI, or the 2005 Convention on the diversity of cultural expression. All those standard setting, they are absolutely central to set the scene, to put the key international rules, all anchored in human rights, to discuss and to provide, to support countries in producing policies in key issues, including the ones we are discussing here, culture and diversity. Second important area that UNESCO has strong actions, capacity building. This is particularly central, right? All the relevant stakeholders think about, in terms of culture and creativity, the artists, the creative industries, but also the civil servants in governments producing policy about that. So capacity building is absolutely central. Laboratory of ideas, another important area, how to put avant-garde issues. When UNESCO, for example, UNESCO member states approved the recommendation on ethics and AI in 2021, it was even prior the generative AI chats explosion and so on. So again, UNESCO is always trying to be avant-garde and putting forward key discussions in the international arena. Force function, clearinghouse. This is also important. We have 194 member states. We are receiving inputs from all over the world, from all kinds of stakeholders, government, civil society organizations, private sector, academia, technical community. And all those inputs, they should be reworked in a knowledge sharing way, and that's the overall idea of clearinghouse. Underlining good practices, but also underlining mistakes and lessons learned in this overall discussion. And finally, we are also catalyzers of international cooperation, which I hope would be one of the key messages of this discussion here with you, that is showing this. We need to cooperate more to tackle the very, very complex challenges we have ahead of us. So this is UNESCO in a nutshell, right? Globally speaking. But now let me go deeper in the area, in one of the areas I'm in charge here, that is the area of the free flow of information and ideas. As you get this idea that UNESCO is mandated in the United Nations system to protect and promote the free flow of information, ideas, and knowledge, needless to say, is absolutely crucial and central for the overall goal of promoting cultural creativity and diversity. There is no diversity, there is no creativity if the free flow of information, ideas, and knowledge is not protected. Protected through concrete standards, concrete human rights, international treaties, conventions, recommendations, and actual policies. So this is the overall goal of UNESCO in these last 8 decades, including, for example, the promotion and protection of freedom of expression of artists, but also of journalists, also of scientists. Again, all pillars of an overall idea of a bigger cultural promotion and protection, creativity, and diversity. And in that regard, I would like to call attention for one specific concept that is very important. That is the idea of information as a public good. So what does that mean? In 2021, UNESCO approved a declaration that's called the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration that really highlighted this concept of information as a public good. And this concept is very, very crucial for the overall discussion of plurality, diversity, creativity, overall in the digital ecosystem. In a nutshell, what this concept is about. First, we need to qualify the demand for accurate and reliable information, content, knowledge. What does that mean? We need to empower the citizens, everyone, on all ages, regardless of their condition. They need to be empowered to have a productive and critical relationship with the digital ecosystem, with the digital platforms, with social media, and with the AI machinery. So this means a lot. This means education. This means media and information literacy. This means AI literacy. So qualifying the demand is super central for the idea of information as a public good. But qualifying the demand, empowering the citizens, is a necessary condition, but it's not a necessary and sufficient condition for achieving our goals. And also it's unfair to put all the weight on the shoulders of the citizens while you have trillion-dollar companies, governments, and so on that are also part of this equation. So this is one side. The other important side is that we need to protect and promote and qualifying the supply of information, knowledge, culture into the digital ecosystem. So what does that mean to protect, promote, qualify, empower the supply? this means to protect in many ways the artists, the journalists, the scientists, the influencers, all of those that are generating inputs to the system. And this means also money, means viability of these sectors, economic viability of these sectors, but also means, for example, safety. Unfortunately, journalists, artists, and scientists are being attacked by what they say, particularly women exercising this profession. So, qualifying the demand, qualifying the supply. But only these two things, unfortunately, they are necessary, but they are no longer enough. So we also need to discuss the process. We need to discuss the transmission chain. So this means we need to discuss the digital platforms. We need to discuss the AI companies and different products here in the system, either they are the generative AI chats and so on. I will get back to this in a minute when we are discussing AI and governance. So now let me zoom in a bit on the AI story. So here, AI is, needless to say, a revolutionary technology in many ways. And here our challenge is the following. The AI revolution offers a lot of opportunities to creativity, diversity, and knowledge, and so on, but also offer risks. So what is our challenge? How we enhance the opportunities, how we mitigate the risks, and eventually how we prosecute the harms, so those bad consequences that are against the human rights international law. And for that, it's very important to have some drivers. One of them is everything we do in this area needs to be anchored in international human rights law. We also need to be transparent and accountable. All of us, the international system, the governments, the private companies, and so on. We need to engage all the relevant actors in the conversation. This needs to be a multi-stakeholder conversation. Of course, we need to have the ethical elements present in this. So what is all this about? This is all about the governance of the system, the governance of the processes. And if we don't engage particularly well in the discussion of governance, we are not going to make it. And one special, let's say, attention to the data governance. Because as the saying goes, the quality of the AI model is as good as the quality of the data that is there. But for that, we need to govern this data in a particularly good way. Let me then cover two final issues before concluding. Of course, this is very much related to the connectivity of people into the system, into the grid, into the internet, into the applications. And here we have advanced a lot, it's true, but we still have two major problems. We still have 2.6 billion people not connected, and this is not minor for cultural diversity, for creativity, and so on. And even among those that are connected, we still miss what we call a meaningful connectivity. There is imbalances between the connectivity, for example, of women or rural populations or people with disability, to give examples, but also there is imbalance between those that are connected. For example, the content is not necessarily available in their languages. Actually, there is a strong concentration of the content in a few languages. These people that are connected are not necessarily have the skills to take the best advantage of this system. Either they are media and information literacy skills or AI skills. So the gap, the digital gap that we need to tackle in order to protect culture, creativity, and diversity it's a gap that is not only about connecting people, which is important, but is about connecting them meaningfully. And let me give one concrete example that is about multilingualism. So if you connect people, but they are not able to interact within their own language, either it is in the digital space or in the AI space, this is not meaningful for them. So that's why UNESCO recently launched a global roadmap about multilingualism in this digital era, in this AI era. I strongly recommend you to look into that. And this global roadmap has some key objectives to ensure universal and equitable access, to facilitate language community through technology, to establish human rights-based ethical and inclusive digital governance in this area of multilingualism, to provide focused support for endangered and vulnerable languages, to ensure future technological readiness, even either it's AI or other technologies like quantum. So if we don't tackle this, it's impossible to stimulate creativity and pluralism in the cultural sector, as you can imagine. So let me conclude by saying that in this idea of AI in the cultural consumption and digital age, the ultimate challenge is a governance challenge. Is our decisions on how we are going to shape this ecosystem anchored totally in the international human rights legislation. We can't have fragmented policy. We can't afford to have a fragmented idea about this, because then what is going to suffer is pluralism, is creativity. And UNESCO has, as I mentioned, offered key foundational documents as the 2021 Recommendation on Ethics and Artificial Intelligence, or very recently, the decisions on Media Code 2025 in Barcelona that tackled that in a very interesting way. So just to recap, key drivers of the conversation, again, anchored in human rights, we need to promote transparency. We need to explore equitable economic models. We need to invest in hybrid skills and AI literacy. If we don't do that, we are not going to manage to have a digital ecosystem and an AI ecosystem that actually protects information integrity and hence provides the space for actual cultural pluralism, diversity, and creativity. I hope this was useful and not too boring. Thank you very much.
네, 카넬라 국장님 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Director Canella. Well, he had a tie with the UNESCO logo. That was very impressive, and thank you for your words all the way from Paris. So, as the director emphasized, it's very important that everyone shares their opinions and participates together so that no one is marginalized due to language or information access gaps. So, that message was very well connected with this session's theme. So that was the special lecture. Now we will move on to the presentation.
소비 트렌드 연
He is widely known for his research on cultural consumption trends. He is Professor Emeritus Nando Kim of Seoul National University and the author of Trend Korea. Drawing on many years of research into Korean consumer culture and future trends, he'll give a presentation on the theme Cultural Trends in the AI Era, Human in the Loop and the Centaur Model. He will elaborate on the concept of collaboration between human intelligence and AI in the AI era, using the keyword human in the loop. Let's now listen to his insightful lecture. Please welcome Professor Kim with a round of applause. Good afternoon. I'm Nando Kim. It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me to this grand international event. I don't have a lot of time today, so let me skip my introduction. Just let me point out one thing that's related to today's theme. You use ChatGPT, right? And if you click on the three lines, you will see a magnifier. And if you type in my name, you can go to Kim Nando GPT. So I wrote 30 books and I've put in all the information in these 30 books. So that model is trained on my books and he will give you an answer just like myself. I also use the solution that's pretty smart. And that was a PR moment for my book, and I'm very happy with the Kim Nando GPT because it also promotes my book. But it sometimes lies, and I'm the only one who can figure that out. So I thought others may be tricked, so that worries me a bit. Anyway, I have been writing the book Trend Korea from 2008 until now. So It's a book published at the end of the year to talk about the trends of next year, the upcoming year, with 10 keywords. So here you can see the trend Korea starting from 2009. And 2009 was the year of the golden pig. So that's why I put the golden pigs acronym and used that for the basis of my 10 keywords. And those born in 2009 actually took the college entrance test this week. And because people wanted to have kids in the year of golden pigs, I heard the competition is fierce. So it made me think that I've been researching this field during the period where a kid became an adult. So I always start with the preface for my book. So I put a lot of efforts into writing it because it would be the beginning for the reader. And I always start with the outlook for next year's economy. And I also talk about things like the upcoming elections or the Olympics, or whether a war in a certain region will end or not, and then move on to explaining next year's trend. It's quite obvious because a trend is impacted by politics, economy, society, and culture, and other factors. So I would talk about that first. And of course, the economy is the most important, so that's why I talk about that most. So that was repeated for 17 years. But this year, when I was writing the preface, I thought this year there's a new keyword that had swept the entire world, the important keyword that you know, which is the topic for this year. And as you answered, it's AI. So next year, there would be a transformation with AI. So how does trend work in the age of AX, and what should we prepare? It's the gist of this year's Trend Korea. So this is surprising. So AI will be important for next year. But we didn't derive the keywords from that. Just we thought about 1,000 keywords and narrowed them down to 10. And when we looked at the 10 remaining keywords, they were all impacted by AI or the derivative of AI. So whether positive or not, they were all related to AI. So on the left is the keywords that are greatly influenced by AI. Zero click and AX organization for businesses and ready core. And what's interesting is if there is an action, it doesn't end at the action. There's a reaction, a force against this action. So in school, we learned about the dialectic by Hegel, and we have the these. So next year, the these would be AI. Then what's the anti-these against that? I saw that as humans. So the remaining four keywords are very human. That touches upon feelings, health, loneliness. That's very human. So if dialectic is just something between two opposite ends, it would be not interesting. But there's something called synthese that's in the middle. And this year, from the opposition between humans and I derived the synthese, human in the loop, which was closely related to today's topic. So let me talk more about that. So I mentioned we choose 10 keywords. We start that process in July, and when we come up with the 10 keywords, we don't go home. We have another round of meeting. So we think about which should be the first keyword. And this year we didn't need to talk much because there was a consensus on the first keyword. Human means people, and human in the loop means there's a human, a person in the loop. A loop is like a circle, a process. So from the beginning, we carry out a task and we reach the end. That entire circle would be a loop. And human in the loop means that in that process of conducting a task, AI can do a lot of things, but at least once we need the intervention of people for control, management, and supervision, as well as orchestration. So that is the philosophy behind operating AI, called human in the loop. A newspaper, Chicago Sun-Times in the US, last summer recommended 10 books for reading. And readers, of course, bought the books, and 6 out of 10 books didn't exist. So it was a lie. So people were flabbergasted, and the columnist then confessed that he used AI to write the article, and he was too busy and forgot to review this list. And he apologized. So I believe he will never be able to write another article. It's the same with newspaper companies. So we have journalists here, we have desk checking the fact and reviewing an article. But I guess the desk was resting that day, so I'm sure that the authority of this media outlet was collapsed. So this is the result of hallucination. The AI doesn't really make a decision with intelligence. It looks at the relationship between languages or text and chooses the most probabilistic text that will follow. So it will always have a limitation and sometimes will show a flaw or error. So we always need a human in the loop to review or supervise this. So if human in the loop was only defined by this concept, I don't think we would have put human in the loop as the first keyword. So AI is just a tool, and whatever we do, if we use AI, our performance and productivity should be increased. And I think finding that the way to do so is the key here. So we put a lot of thought into this, and there was a paper published by MIT. It talked about the type of collaboration that maximizes productivity based on collaboration between AI and humans. It was a meta study, and one stood out. If a domain expert uses AI, productivity will soar. But if someone who's poor in domain knowledge uses AI, his or her reliance on AI would be excessive and productivity would fall. So I was surprised because AI is known to be very efficient. It's a powerful tool. So whether you use Gemini or ChatGPT, Perplexity, and whatever way you put in a prompt, you would get different results. But anyway, no matter how you use it, if you use it well, I believe that AI could empower us. But I realized is what's important is there's polarization in the productivity enhancement effect based on AI. So domain experts will have better productivity, but those who are not will have lower productivity. So what matters is you, not the AI. It's quite obvious because let's say there's a lawyer, very seasoned, talented lawyer, and takes up a very complicated case and would use AI as a paralegal for research and looks for the argument. And when you look at the result, it could look similar to what I've thought, or there could be things that he omitted or that are poor rationale. And in a short period of time, he or she will able to complete his argument and go to the court. But there are other factors such as the social mood, and considering all of those factors, he would have to make up his argument. And that would lead to increased productivity. But let's say we have a junior lawyer without experience takes up a very important case. So he lacks confidence, so uses AI. And he loves that justification provided by AI. So if he keeps on relying on AI like this, productivity will fall. So what matters is actually people or human. So Geoffrey Hinton, the Nobel winner for physics, and who was the theorist who came up with the basis for AI. He said in 2016 that radiology professionals in the US will disappear in 5 years because AI will replace them. So it's been already 8 years since he said that. We do have a lot of successful radiologists in the US. They're well paid and it's hard to hire them. So Geoffrey Hinton was wrong. But when we dig deeper, among radiologists in the US, almost no one does not use AI. Though in Mayo Clinic, which is a hospital in the US that is keen on using AI, has a doctor who said this. So within the next 5 years, a radiologist who fails to use AI could be treated as someone who's engaging in malpractice. So there's a great tool, so why not use it? Is the gist. So we say that AI will replace people, but rather it would be the case where AI savvy will be replacing the people who do not use AI. So next year is the year of horse. And the type of horse that I thought of is the centaur. So in the Greek mythology, it's a half man, half horse god. So his bottom half is a horse. So this is the most powerful force that we can get. So it means that if we use AI, we'll be able to do anything productively. But still, our upper body should look like a human. We should be equipped with the empathy and creativity, persuasiveness, and wisdom in using AI. Just like a centaur. We need a centaur like talent from next year. That's my gist. So there are more cases and examples I would like to talk about, but my time's up. So let us use the time in the discussion. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. So through the collaboration of two different intelligence, we'll be able to create new value, and we're in that process. The human in the loop or centaur-like talent was a very new and refreshing concept. So in the end, what matters is not technology, but human intelligence that can put in reasoning on top of that. Thank you.
전 다음
We will now move on to the next speaker. Please welcome Ms. Cheun Yoon, Head of Public Affairs at Google Asia Pacific Singapore headquarters. She will talk about how global companies are taking responsibility and designing technology amidst challenges in cultural consumption in the AI era. This presentation will be conducted in English, so please use the receivers if needed. Now, let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Yoon.
I hope it's working. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's not playing. we do a quick tech check? It's not playing.
Let's go. Don't stop, live free. Can you match this energy? Let's go. Get wild with me. Can you match this energy? Let's go.
I've never really collaborated with a machine before.
Rap is willing to hit it and run with it and play with it, give it a life that it didn't know it had.
It's a whole other learning curve.
Yes! And that.
It allows the world to see me in more of the lens of who I am, in full color.
Get big, get in the pocket.
What if we use machines to understand underwater songs?
A glass of water with a goldfish inside. Used to swimming in the river, this a whole different vibe. I'm having like choice overload.
Let's go. Don't stop, live free.
Can we hear corporate logo, jogging music, snare, paradiddle? Can we just say a 600-foot long trombone?
Yes.
The safest thing for a blind person to do is to sit still. I ain't sitting still.
Can you match this energy?
That's the first time I've run alone in decades.
Important is supposed to be happening with this when you put it in the hands of people.
See you move to this. I got you excited. Okay.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon, everyone.
Let's go.
Thank you. I have a lot of videos, by the way, so I may need to ask those at the background for help. My name is Chenny Yoon, and I'm leading Google's public affairs efforts across the Asia-Pacific region based out of Singapore. And first of all, thank you, MOFA of the Republic of Korea, for creating this great venue for all of us to come together and for inviting Google, one company, to represent the private sector. I think cross-sectoral conversation is crucial, as we discussed in the morning. And the video clip that I just played definitely captures how dancers, teachers, artists, and etc. They can all leverage various AI tools that we offer at Google, and which I will deep dive later, part of the presentation. And today I'll talk about how Google's AI tools will empower and are empowering creators around the world to do their job more efficiently. And I will introduce some of our use cases as well, and then also cover what is the future. So the title of the entire session today is the Future Dialogue and Innovation. I like innovation there as well. So as we look into the future in 2026 and beyond, it'll be critical to think about this creative sector, but also these stakeholders coming together and collaborate. And I want to introduce our Senior Vice President, James Manika's quote here, because it's so interesting. Some of the conversations in the morning during session one, we talked about whether AI will replace humans, or actually they will be able to boost the productivity, creativity, and implement what humans are able to do. And I think we talked a lot about the positive impact of the latter discussion, which I think is great. And this summarizes how the promise and application of AI is actually doing that job. So here, again, AI is helping us to connect, to be more productive, and liberate our imaginations. And James Manika, he is our Senior Vice President for Science, Research, and Technology Society. And as you know very well from AlphaGo, we have a company within Alphabet that's called Google DeepMind. He is at the forefront of our development of AI and applied innovations. He eloquently says that we are encouraged about how this is interplaying with humans' own creative efforts. And again, I need to double down on this once again, not replacing it, but enhancing and enabling and liberating. And I wanted to point to a bit of data here. And as you can see from this chart, AI is already helping us boost the productivity of creative professionals worldwide. So at the beginning of the program this morning, we studied with Hugh Park. So you can see at the top, those who have the the number close to 1, basically they are the ones who are leveraging various AI tools. And as Hugh mentioned, that he's using generative AI tools to even double check his speech this morning. And again, I think at this stage we cannot not use AI. The question is how we can use them well. And with that, I think we have seen examples of various artists, across the sectors. But first of all, I want to introduce a tool that we have from one of our products, YouTube, Music AI Sandbox. So this, what this tool does is that this is a creative tools that is embedded, and then they can use the sandbox to create different types of different types of music. They can experiment it, and then they can embed it in their own human creation. So next slide, we have another video. If we can play, let's try.
I'm Shankar Mahadevan, and I'm a music composer. I'm a singer, performer, producer, and a happy man. When Google approached me, I think they wanted to check out how Sandbox can influence, enhance, inspire a composer like me. Let's go, Ganpati Bappa Moria. That's the plan.
Music AI Sandbox is a set of tools that is intended to enhance the creative process of songwriters and composers and musicians more globally.
Let's see some things that it generates on its own.
The main value proposition of the Create feature is that it can let you create sounds that never existed before.
So Shankar is a Grammy Award winner, winning composer and musician based out of Mumbai. But he's able to leverage the global top-notch, the latest and state-of-the-art technology in his home in Mumbai, in his home studio in Mumbai, to come up with the music that he wants to create. And some of you have been hearing, we talked about some AI governance models earlier in the morning as well. We have the upcoming AI Summit in Delhi next February. Some of you are familiar with some of the discussions that came out of Paris this February 2025. And I want to point to the discussion out of Paris from this year, which is in line with our conversation throughout the day.
But this is the next step. This is the place where you can not only ask questions, but you can get examples back. I think that's an amazing thing, and I think there's nothing to be fearful about. It's just, we just have to be prepared. Just don't treat it the way we did when we brought alcohol into the conversation, or how we did cars. We need to treat this a little bit different. This is a great opportunity for us as a species.
And again, I think as we look to the next gathering of global leaders, private sector, civil society, and stakeholders from different sectors coming up in just 3 months of time, the discussions that we had from earlier this year, obviously some of the core theme will stay, but in terms of the product development and some of the tools and how rapidly that they are evolving, that is truly mind-blowing. So I think we, the users, the governments, other sectoral stakeholders are pretty much looking forward to what will come out of the India Summit as well. And we talked a lot about music today, and I also want to introduce how AI is helping us to enjoy art in various forms and in various formats. So we have partnered, so Google has partnered with an art museum in Kyoto to see how and if we can bring these paintings to life, but in a way that has never done before. So let's take a look.
Masterworks like Hiroshige's have always captured a single perfect moment. They invite us to simply observe. This is the invitation the Fukuda Art Museum in Kyoto extends to its visitors every day. What if the perfect moment captured in a painting was not the end of the story, but the beginning? What if the rain in Hiroshige's Tokaido could actually fall, and the figures on the mountain slope could finally continue their journey? As a curator, my greatest joy is igniting a dialogue between art and the viewer. In collaboration with Google Arts and Culture, we have embarked on a journey using innovative technology to awaken iconic scenes. By animating the paintings, we are looking into opening a digital door to a different emotional experience. We are not just adding movement, we are unlocking hidden narratives, transforming static beauty into the vibrant, living story.
So Veo 3 is Google's most capable video generation model. And as you can see here, we are unlocking new opportunities for people to consume art in a way that has never been done before. And all of these creations are accessible by public. It's on our website, Google Arts and Culture, and you're able to, from your home, you're able to enjoy the artwork in Kyoto in a museum in your home. And these are all glamorous, positive and forward-looking conversations. But I'd also like to talk about some of the challenges that we discussed today as well. And Octavio, during session 1, you also talked about some of the risks, some of the challenges that we all have to be aware of and then prepare for. So when we think about the future ahead, I think this group of speakers today and also with the audience, we have to be mindful of where the cross-sectoral conversations and cooperation should take place. And in terms of our way forward, I just want to highlight, because this is end of November and the past week has been quite phenomenal. For Google, we have introduced Nano Banana Pro, which is the latest photo generation and editing model, and also Gemini 3. So all of this groundbreaking and latest state-of-the-art technologies, I think the composition of session 2 is also great because we have a representative from the academia, from the private sector, content creators and startups as well. So this really brings us together why being bold and responsible, but at the same time doing all of this together is crucial. So these are some of the AI partnerships and engagements that we have specifically for Korea. We have university partnerships to ensure that research, education, skilling is on par with what other countries are doing as well. We have campus outreach program to make sure that the students are able to to understand what is taking place and if they can incorporate that in classrooms as well. And one thing that we didn't get to touch this morning was the knowledge, skilling, and education. So I just want to briefly talk about some of the philanthropic efforts that we have at Google. And across the Asia Pacific, 60%, 67% of the economic revenues are coming from our medium and small size businesses in Asia as well. So we are partnering with philanthropic groups like Asia Venture Philanthropic Network to ensure that the relevant AI skilling and partnerships are taking place as we speak. And Google is very proud to sponsor a total of 27 million to introduce the skilling programs across the region, making sure that no one is left behind. So I wanted to introduce on this point as well, which I hope we'll be able to dig deeper during session discussions later. Thank you for listening once again, and I hope to take, if you have any questions later during panel. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We do have the panel discussion coming up, so we will talk more in detail then. So please keep your questions till then and take part in the panel discussion. So through today's presentation, we were able to deeply reflect on how responsible design and operation by technology companies are crucial for consumers in the AI era to enjoy smarter and more autonomous cultural experiences. And we examined how companies, users, and society society can balance the challenges using real-world examples of the global company Google. So thank you for sharing your cases.
있습니다.
Moving on to the third speaker of session 2. So we are going to talk about PIP Labs. And we have a presentation. We were supposed to have a presentation by the founder of Story Protocol and PIP Labs, Mr. Seung-Yun Lee, but he was unhealthy, so we have Mr. Jae-sung Chan, country lead of PIP Labs Korea, on behalf of Mr. Lee. So he served as an executive across major AP mobile platforms, including Line and Kwanda, and currently leads PIP Labs business operations and partnerships in Korea. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I know this is the last talk today, probably. As introduced, about 24 hours ago, I wasn't sure if I was going to be here. So I didn't have much time to prepare a talk, but since today's theme is to have a dialogue, right, have a conversation. Obviously, I'll be the only one speaking for about 10 minutes, but I want to take it as casual as possible, and I picked a topic that would actually impact all of us, right? So not just the creators, but as a consumer, but just as a human being, one of us. Title is a little bit scary, could be, Reinventing the IP System for the Age of AI, but I'll just walk through it. I promise it's not that difficult. I'm going to start with the introduction. Hi, I am Chase. I'm a head of Korea Story. And Story, sorry, before going to Story, I started my career as a VC here in Korea. A lot of my career was at the intersection of mobile and IP, which is contents, data, post, video, photos. I was part of the leadership at the Line. I'm sure you all know the messenger applications. Kwanda is one of the largest edutech platform in APAC area, and Retrica is a kind of old-timer, but it used to be one of the most used, widely used selfie camera applications in the world. And now I work for Story. Story is actually in the intersection of, again, technology, right? So it's not mobile. Now I moved on to blockchain and also IP. And on top of that, we are definitely tackling on the subject of AI as well. And Story is a company that's building world's IP blockchain. Basically, we are, as the title said, we are reinventing IP infrastructure, IP system for the era of AI. It's a 3-year-old company. Last time at the round, we are valued up around $2.25 billion. Raised the funding from a top VCs in US, including A16Z. But again, it's not about the company. Today we're going to be talking about IP. So I'm going to start with the what is IP, intellectual properties. Everybody knows IP, but nobody really understands IP at the same time, because when you ask what is IP, you say, oh, I know Pokemon, Hello Kitty, Tinny Ping that we talked about. Those are all IP, sure, but it actually is a lot larger than that, right? So IP includes brands, like your favorite brands, could be a fashion brands, could be a consumer brands. Also, it could be a biomedical intellectual properties, right? So how we generate the medicines, how we find the cures of something. At the same time, data, right? It says AI training data, but if you really think about it, everything that's intangible, right? Intellectual property means intangible asset, for the other words. So anything that's not physical could fall into that category, and it is a huge, huge asset class. Just for the comparison, I put the gold at the side, and gold is around the 22 trillion, probably higher because gold price is going up, but still, it's 3 to 4 times larger than the gold. And IP is important because the foundation for culture and creativity, innovation, right? A lot of time it involves the ownership, but without it, we wouldn't have this kind of society and this kind of technological advances that we have today. Now, a bit of strong statement, right? Delete all IP laws. This was pretty strong statement, or tweet, should I say, from the Jack Dorsey, which is the founder of Twitter, now X. And obviously, it was big enough that Elon Musk chimed in, it got bigger, right? So everybody's talking about it. Like, what does he mean by delete all IP laws, right? What's wrong with IP? What's wrong with IP laws? So to understand that, you actually need to go into the history of it, right? So IP system, I'm going to call it IP system because it's a little bit larger than actual law itself, was invented in the 17th century. And printer, one of the first printer was invented around the 15th century. So when people start to have a power and tools to duplicate data and then contents, now there was a dispute between people about like who owns the idea, who had the first idea first. Sorry, who had the idea first, right? For example, if I had a funny story and if somebody else make a book out of it, do I get a portion of it? Now it's obvious that I should, but back in like 300 years ago, it was not very clear. It was a law-based system, and it was stretched to fit our modern technology up to today. So we're actually, entire IP system is running on a system that was built around 300, 350 years ago, right? So we start from the printing, which is text, and then it became audio when the radio came out, and then video, now the internet, different business models. So every single technological advances, we actually had to have a conversation. Like how do we squeeze or how do we stretch existing law-based system that was built 300 years ago to cover that, right? And it worked until it didn't, right? Law-based system is very slow and it's very expensive, right? If you actually had a chance to talk to a lawyer, like every second you're paying, obviously. And if you actually have a legal agreement more than two parties, like if you have a multi-party, if you have 3 people, 4 people, 5 people signing an agreement, the cost goes exponentially, right? And that's a problem because if you look at it, existing, what in the pink box there, copyright law, is what's relatively, I would say, effectively covered by existing IP system, right? So it covers printing, books, maybe some sort of internet, gaming, right? Some sort of like a B2B partnerships and then business transactions are pretty well covered. But when it goes to what we call social media, the remix culture of the Gen Z, and obviously Gen AI, it cannot keep up with the speed. You cannot, like, if you have a one dance video that got popular in the social media, within 24 hours, it'll have 100,000 remixes out there. How are you going to sign 100,000 licensing agreement with all those people? It is just not possible, right? And AI using IP is inevitable. Ghibli was already used in this example in the morning, but you know, all these memes are already the remix of something, and now AI consumes that and spits out the second derivative work of the second derivative. So it's a third derivative work, right? So as you can see, internet, the remix cultures, and AI, Gen AI, it just cannot keep up with the current IP system. And I am sharing this because we are just no longer just a consumer, right? I think one of the panelists in the morning said we all should act like creators, right? And at the same time, IP system is not just about monetization, it's about ownership. And you becoming the consumer, there's a couple things to share. Being a consumer doesn't mean that you don't own anything, right? So we actually live in this physical world as a consumer. Like, who actually produces something, like in the manufacture, right? Not too many. But because we consume, we end up owning something. Sometimes we buy things, or sometimes we end up with some sort of properties around us. Also, consumer is no longer just a passive consumer, right? Now we are purchasing experiences, right? So instead of just watching a dance video, a lot of young kids today actually copy that dance and post it. Or they actually write a reply, they click likes. And all these data and contents are the byproducts of consumption in a way, right? So creation and consumption, there's a very thin line between those two. I kind of touched on this, but internet has already had a railroad of the distribution. You can kind of share your contents to 1 billion of people in your bedroom, right? And then everybody is super good at copying. They're not good at creating, but everyone is good at copying. And then that culture of the remix and the internet combined with Gen AI, which brings down the cost of production to almost zero. Now we have a massive content flow coming out. And this is kind of problem or challenge, should I call it, of the Gen AI, right? So existing legal-based system cannot keep up with massive content flow. And this matters to all of us because, as I mentioned, IP is like, I don't own any IP, but if you think about it, if you call it intangible assets, and if you're going to spend more time in the digital, you'll end up owning more and more intangible assets, whether you like it or not, right? You already have a bunch of data already out there, whether you realize it or not, and you'll have more of your actual asset in terms of digital. So you'll own more things as a format of intangible, not physical, right? And when that day comes, we all want to make sure that what I own actually belongs to me, right? I want to make sure that my property is protected and recognized. And that's why we need to have a better IP system. Talking about all the problems and whatnot, but let's look at some cases, what could go wrong, like why do we actually need IP system? To protect and promote our creativity, right? So one of the biggest function of IP system is to incentivize the creators and the contributors. And this is important because, we also mentioned that, I think it was in the video from Paris, the quality of model depends on the quality of data, right? And also another very famous saying is that garbage in, garbage out. So when you have a bad data coming in, you have a bad result coming out, right? So we actually need a lot of good creativity, continuously producing a new contents, and then that needs to be fed into whether AI or machine learning or to the people in the society, so that we have a better contents and then better innovations coming out. But if you do not reward those people coming up with the new ideas, then people will simply stop creating new stuff. They'll stop coming with new ideas, and that'll actually deplete all the new flow of the creativity, right? And that'll just leave us where we recycle existing ideas over and over. We'll have a massive flow of contents, but it'll be just a recycle of the existing contents and something that we've seen, but a little bit different, right? And the other one is to protect us from the misinformation, right? So another point of the IP system is that it keeps track of the attributions and provenances. It means who made it and where it came from, right? And this is how we build trust. And a lot of things that's spit out from the AI, Gen AI, and we call it hallucination, right? We just need to check whether this is true or not. So in the worst cases, we'll be living in a world where internet is filled with contents that's generated by AI, which is a recycled contents from the existing contents, and we cannot even tell whether it's true or not, right? So that is kind of the grim photo that I'm just, painting here, just to give a warning, just to double down on my message that we need to actually have a better IP system. And well, this is my last page. I really believe that we'll be owning more and more intangible assets. We'll be going more digital as time moves on, and the future should belong to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was the third presentation of session 2. So it was indeed an insightful presentation and session. I hope it was informative for all of you. So we have now closed 3 presentations, and we'll now move on to the panel discussion.
So, the future dialogue is not conversations just among experts, but with everyone. It's an open discussion, and I want everyone to participate in the discussion so that we can craft the dialogue together, so that we can have a richer conversation. You all know the QR code, so please scan the QR code and leave your questions or thoughts. So let us begin the second panel discussion. So the three speakers, and as panels, we have Shin Ki-won, the CSO of Bakers Korea, and Hanba Sumian, Chris, the creator on YouTube. So please welcome our panels onto the stage.
네, 자, 이제
So we will begin the second panel discussion. So, earlier through the three presentations, I deeply resonated with the message that AI technology can both broaden cultural diversity and create new biases, making critical thinking more important than ever. So, based on this discussion, I would like to have a more vivid conversation with the panels who are closely connected to actual cultural consumers and experiencing the field firsthand. First, I would like to ask Mr. Shin Ki-won the first question. I understand that you have been in the advertising and marketing field for a long time and is now specializing in AI advertising. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on what kind of fun or value consumers are currently expecting from AI-based ads, and how do you think these AI ads will influence future cultural tastes and trends? That's not one question. There's quite a few, but let me answer them one by one. So first, I'll introduce myself. I'm Shin Gi-won from Bakers, Korea. So basically, we work in marketing. We're an ad company working with various creators and creatives. And so in the creative sector, AI is truly playing a role. So looking back, I think it was about 3 years ago. Back then, AI wasn't really in the creative sector. We had questions on the quality of AI generated outcomes, and it didn't take up much in terms of share. But commonly today, we're hearing that technology advancement is so quick. And from about a year and a half ago, even in the ad sector, creatives are being impacted by AI. So Bakers is working on processes to make things more efficient and to use AI in ad campaigns with our clients. And in the process of working on these campaigns, I think that's why I'm here today to talk more about it. So through AI ads, what needs do consumers have? What do they find fun? Well, while I'm in the ads industry, consumers selectively looked at ads and they enjoyed ads, and the essence was basically the same. So the thing is, ads are commercial, so most of the consumers have a negative perception towards ads. So whether it be YouTube, probably you all pressed on the skip button when the ads come up, especially for those that I'm not interested in. But as a person in the ads industry, especially the ad itself is a content, and the content we are aiming to simply function as a content for the consumers, and we change the forms, but the ad market has been changing over time endlessly, and AI has become a tool, and also in the ad market, it has become a very important and crucial element. So we have a lot of ads coming up, and consumers do have interest in AI generated ads. So, in my perspective, what consumers feel entertaining and fun, I would like to share based on my reference cases. The first is the rediscovery of time. So we had the eMart OK Price campaign. Some of you may have seen it. So eMart has been providing launching products that are quite competitive in terms of price, PL products. So all of the products were less than or cheaper than 5,000 won. So there was a price benefit, and how can we really show this to the consumers? That was what we thought about. And we thought of Mr. Yulgok Lee, who is on the 5,000 won bill in the Korean currency. So we did a 3D modeling of Yulgok, and we added that to the modern space of eMart. So Yulgok comes into eMart and shops. So it was very fresh in terms of visibility. So the tradition and modern aspects came together, and that was kind of refreshing for the consumer. So it was a refreshing content by itself. And the ad's objective is to make sure that consumers feel that they need the PL. And the second case is the Seoul Milk campaign. You probably have seen it a lot. The actor Park Eun-bin comes out in the campaign since her very young age. And we use the face shop technology in this ad. And using AI, creating an ad, many people who don't know about this often ask us, how did you find that little child who looks so similar to Park Eun-bin's early ages? But the thing is, Park Eun-bin, the actress, she started acting at a very young age, so we had reference and used the AI face shop technology so that Park Eun-bin, over time, Park Eun-bin grew, and so did Seoul Milk. That was the story that we wanted to present to the consumers, and the consumers felt that was entertaining as well. But if there are limited resources and in a limited condition, AI can really create these ads that are more expandable. And the third element is diversity. So the weather is getting colder, and we're getting closer to Christmas, so we have a lot of ads related to Christmas. Recently in Starfield, we launched an all AI generated ad. The storyline goes like this. So a little kid goes on the train and goes to the Starfield Christmas market, and there are a lot of background fantasy-like images. And when you look at this, probably you'll think of certain brands like Coca-Cola, because in Christmas campaigns there were these brands have similar tone and mood. But one difference was that these creatives, if we use the conventional way, there must have been a lot of resources that were required. But in case of this campaign that we worked on, all of the creatives were made through AI, so we could have more diversity and also efficiency in terms of space and time. So we came up with many different diverse versions for this campaign. So in these three aspects, consumers feel that these content are entertaining. And as a person in the industry, these advancements in technology kind of plays a role in connecting the consumers and brands. So if we go forward, what will happen in the future? Well, with the advancement of technology and change in times, polarization will always be there. because AI ads come out and more consumers will see it. Some will be positive, some will be negative. But what I want to point out is whether it be negative or positive, I want to focus more on the actions of those positive people, positive feedback. So and the creator and consumers, the line between these two elements will blur. So there will be more opportunity for consumers to create content, and vertical AI media will enhance the capability of AI production. And adding to that, because we're here with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have K culture in Korea. K culture is beloved in the globe, and we have the content creation capabilities, and so these K content will be further created utilizing K culture. And in this aspect, I believe that AI and culture will have competitiveness in the future. Thank you.
So
Thank you for that great insight. So the fundamentals of ad haven't changed. AI content could be consumed just like any other content, which is quite interesting. Thank you. We have another panelist with us today who has 1 million TikTok followers and 480K YouTube subscribers. Hamba Sumion or Chambo. Let me ask you the next question. You're the closest to consumers, so I would like to understand the perspective of a creator. So, as a foreign creator who's long introduced both Korean and global cultures, have you observed any changes in Korea's cultural consumption following the advent of AI? And do you have any personal experience with AI assisted cultural engagement? Please. Thank you. Let me first introduce myself in English and then speak in Korean. Hello, I'm lived in 6 countries and used 4 languages. I was in blockchain. I was a CPA, but just stopped doing everything and came to Korea to become a creator. It's a great pleasure.
이제 영어로 할게요.
Let me now speak in English.
So, I have noticed that in the world of contents, there's actually two things that are occurring in the world of AI. One is the use of AI as a tool, and one is the use of AI as a feature. And I want to talk about how the adoption of the tool model is a lot more effective for creators, and how Korea is still a bit behind on the curve when it comes to adopting as a tool. So when you look at content creation in Korea, you may notice that a lot of content creators are actually using AI in the 기획 phase, in the generation phase of their plans. So they'll use it for scripting, for coming up with ideas, and that's an example of using AI as a tool, which is excellent. And I think that's one thing that you can notice in the Korean trend. Everything is 빨리빨리, so the adoption of AI in daily life seems to be a lot more saturated than when you look at other countries. But one thing that is definitely lacking in terms of content creation, or more specifically video content creation, is using AI in a natural way that maintains authenticity within the content and doesn't distract the viewers. So if you look at the content timeline of what occurred overseas in the United States, for example, originally when AI came out, most of the videos were using AI as a feature. It was, look at this AI video, look at how far AI has come. It was just blatant examples, and they didn't really relate to the viewers. So it was displaying a product that didn't have much authenticity or relatability to it. But as time goes by, even if American creators might not be using AI as enthusiastically as Koreans when it comes to scripting and coming up with ideas, you notice that the videos themselves, they are transforming into a method of showing a story rather than being the feature of the video itself. So as an example, you have a lot of people taking copyrighted or trademarked properties and creating new stories out of them. And the way that those relate to the viewer, who is the most important person when you're creating content, is that it creates a relatable character, and the creator's job is no longer focused on the actual shooting of the video, on the editing of the video, it's purely based on great planning. So once you have a great story, you can just feed it into AI, make a few adjustments, and you have this amazing relatable thing that everyone can understand. But when you look at the Korean market, I feel like one thing that still hasn't been adopted so enthusiastically is that use of AI as a video. People in Korea are still using AI as a feature where if there is an AI-based video, maybe there was a bit of planning done behind the scenes together with ChatGPT or Gemini or something like that. But the actual creation of the video, there isn't that much integration of AI. I think there's maybe one example that is quite popular. There's a creator called Baek Dong-wook, and he does a AI mukbang. So he eats and he has the AI try to guess what he's eating. And that's a great example of the integration of AI into the natural, authentic moments that viewers are looking for in a story. But that's one thing that I think as time goes on, Korea is a bit slower when it comes to the adoption of trends in short form content. But if you give it 1 or 2 months, I believe that Korea is going to be right up there, and if anything, leading the curve when it comes to AI video generation.
네, 답변 고맙습니다. 역시 우리나라는 또 이 빨리
Thank you. Yes, I guess because of the pali culture, that speed of catching up is very quick. So those were 2 questions to our 2 panels, and we will move on to the communication with our participants. We have a lot of questions awaiting, so let's get started. So first to Professor Kim Nan-do. So the centrally type of talent you mentioned earlier. So what are the attitudes and capabilities necessary, and how can we become one? How much time do I have? Probably up to 5 minutes. I know it's a difficult question. So you know the film Parasite? And in the very first scene, the poor kids go to a free Wi-Fi shop. And the rich boy doesn't play games. He shoots arrows and plays Indian and has a tent and pretend that he camps and he sleeps there. So I think that contrast is exactly that in the digital age. So analog is now the space for the rich and digital is for the poor. So consumer is my major. And if you don't have money, you go and look online to look for the cheapest price. But if you have money, you go to the department store and you shop analog. It's much more expensive and takes more time, but that's what the rich do. So what do I want to talk about? Well, in the past, we were all living in an analog age, and now with digital transformation, everyone was worried about digital divide. People who have money will earn more through digital technology, and those who don't will fall behind. That's why we provide education, digital education for the elderly, and teach coding in schools and provide iPads in schools. And we have been making efforts to narrow the gap, digital divide. Nowadays, most people have mobile phones, they know how to use it. But the younger generation has always had a digital device throughout their life. So now that digital divide will start again in the analog divide. So I mentioned during my talk the capability of using AI plus domain. Your capability in your domain is important. You know, you no longer think that using the computer well is a skill. So the real difference comes in the capability in your domain and communication skills and interpersonal skills or persuasive skills. These are very human and analog capabilities. So the question was to become this new type of person, a centaur type of person, we really need to focus more on analog because that's where the difference is going to become. So in that regard, I want to mention the pi type person. So when we had digital transformation, we told everyone to become a T type person, not a person who does their own work, but to be good at many different areas and plus have a good domain knowledge. But as mentioned earlier, AI can be a very important tool, and adding on to that T, we can add AI literacy. So we utilize AI very well. So that's a new skill that is being added. So with this AI utilization skill, that itself does not bring competitiveness. We still need domain knowledge. So that those two bridges need to be there to support this new type of talent that we want in the future.
So a pi type talent, great. So let's move on to the next question.
use autonomy and transparency. And how there 영어로 써주셨는데 제가 잘 보지 않습니다.
Well, it's in English, it's hard to read.
To train AI systems. 보이시나요, 답변? 네. 질문에 대한 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I want to draw back to some of the earlier presentation by Guillerme by UNESCO. So you heard that he repeatedly talked about the importance of free flow of information. And then probably I'll start out by sharing Google's mission as well. So since the foundation, Google's mission has been to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, and that is still core to our mission, and it's across all of our products. That's what we strive for. And this is a critical question because, again, as some of us talked about, some of the challenges and risks of this expanding AI ecosystem, how we access this information, and in certain cases use some of this data and information for training purposes. This is a critical conversation, and also the related debates are still taking place and ongoing. But first of all, obviously acquiring the information responsibly and lawfully, that's the number one principle. So we do want to give those who have their information on some of the websites the ability to opt out of having their information being used for training purposes, and that is one. And for that, we do have global standards, which is built upon the traditional long-established model of protocol in robots.txt. So we do have systems in place to making sure that those choices are accessible. And I would also probably go to Chase's point earlier about provenance information. So we do worry about some of the content authenticity. So for that, we do have groups like C2PA and the new industry standards that are being established across the globe and across the sectors. So it's critical to have watermarks and other metadata being available so that people can detect and also identify where this information originally belongs and whether they have been manipulated or not. So I think that's another way of consuming and also identifying reliable and also responsible information.
네, 답변 고맙습니다. 구글의 사례 그리고 지금의 규범들 설명해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 다음 질문으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 다음 질문입니다. 신기원 대표님께 주신 질문이 되겠네요. 최근 AI
The next question is to Mr. Shin Ki-won. So going quickly with AI, people are kind of confused between human-made content, real content, and AI-generated content. So to go forward, what standards and perspectives should we have? That's the most challenging part, actually. When you explained about blockchain earlier, IP content, how should we regulate them? That's a question that we all have. But as a creator, I don't have one answer. But as a creator, I want to share my thoughts. So with technology advancement, it will become more and more important to make that distinction. So that's the fact. And as we have listened through the presentation, through blockchain to protect content, those kind of efforts should be made in parallel, but that is not in line with the speed of technical development because technology advancement is occurring so much quicker. In the ad industry, there was an issue related to AI doctors being a model and coming up with ads for hospitals, and the relevant authority said that they will have regulations in place. And for AI generated content, there were some places that mentioned that they will make sure that watermarks are set in place. But again, technical development is so quick, so I'm not sure if we can really follow that speed. And we need to narrow and minimize that gap.
고맙습니다.
Thank you. So we have 15 minutes to go. So there's a question for all of you. So let me read it out. So thank you, Do-hyun. So due to AI algorithms, we waste a lot of time because we cannot stop watching videos. Do you all agree? So we do binge watch AI videos. So what is your mindset against this, Professor? So I think I'm not the right person to answer this, but so whether it's AI or not, we have YouTube Shorts and algorithm recommended videos on Netflix as well. So I try a lot to be in control. So for example, so AI is a magnificent writer. So I sometimes ask it to write something and make a PowerPoint presentation. And we have students and researchers in my institute, and I actually encourage them to use AI actively. The condition is that you must be a better writer than AI to make the decision. So when you leverage AI, I actually have an answer, the right answer in my mind while I ask AI to conduct a certain task. So based on that, I can make a decision whether this is too much, or I could use AI's answer as a hypothesis to develop my ideas. And for YouTube Shorts and contents, to stop myself from binge watching them, I don't really log in. I use another route or source to search the contents that I want to watch. So I take a different route to avoid the algorithm. So what's fortunate is that I'm not used to using algorithms. I'm old, so I think I'm lucky. Thank you. But still, we need to put in an effort. So how about you? You're in Google? So can I ask in Korean? Can I answer in Korean? So well, I don't think I can express it.
For the question here, and also it was a part of my presentation earlier that we do invest in our philanthropic efforts. We are partnering with organizations to train on AI skilling and digital literacy and all that. So that's my official answer. 그리고 이제 개인적으로는
And personally speaking, I don't think there's an answer right now. There's no way. I'm being honest with you because I am a parent myself. I have children, and I meet with a lot of educators. And I mentioned the AI Summit in India. I've been to Delhi 2 weeks ago in February. We will have governments and leaders from around the world, the big techs. and civil society participating in the summit. And technology is advancing at a rapid pace. So I think, well, Chris, you're a TikTok influencer, and the change of these platforms, it's hard to catch up with them. And as Professor Kim has mentioned, there would be intergeneration gaps. And Professor Kim mentioned human in the loop. You mentioned that what matters is yourself, and I underline that. So I think that is a great way to teach your children, your colleagues, or myself. We need to emphasize that. So in the morning, we kept on talking about AI replacing my job or people. It's not replacing, it's going to be enhancing or boost. That was the gist of today's dialogue. AI is not going to.
Who knows how to leverage AI will replace you. 그렇기 때문에 내가 어떻게 현명하게 써야 되는지.
So wisely using AI is the gist. So what tool we have to do so is not clear. We don't have one straight answer. So it's something we need to think about. However, listening to these concerns from the perspective as a big tech is important. As a parent, as an employee working in big tech, it's crucial that we listen to you for our project. So we talked about ethics. So we're going to receive these feedbacks and reflect them in our development and also developing our product. Thank you. So the official answer from Google and your personal opinion. And next, so I don't think the person who has asked the question has a child. So it could be something lucky, but I don't think it's a matter of just will. And I have two young kids, and I actually want some time, free time, to be able to binge watch the algorithm recommended content. And I think this is a hard fight because we're an individual. So in the past, we read these martial arts stories where you're able to strengthen your spirit, strengthen yourself mentally against another fighter. But we're fighting right now against not one fighter, but an organization, a big tech. So it's like brainwashing yourself. You're just mired in dopamine-inducing content. And once when I was working for a line, with the advent of mobile, I thought it's going to change the world. It's going to connect people. And just before that, thanks to MOFA, I went to Senegal for volunteering for 3 years with KOREAZ. And there was a big digital divide, so I thought mobile will change the entire world, will level the playing field and information dissemination. But 2 years later, when you look at business metrics, not only for Line, someone said the biggest enemy of Nike is Nintendo. So all IT companies are focused on the metric of time, the eyeball time. So how much time people are spending on your solution or service. So the more powerful your algorithm is, you're able to capture the consumer for a longer time. And in Web3, we have a lot of people working remotely in the digital space. So we say within ourselves that we need a physical detox, just letting go of the phone, whether you're going to take a journey or not. So when the phone is in your hand, it's so hard to just avoid the contents. So I don't know if this is going to be the answer. It's not just a matter of mindset. You need a physical safety mechanism.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I think that resonated among all of us. So, algorithm, we can't really avoid it. Another word for algorithm is lock-in effect, I think. So, it's a lock-in that I myself create. So, through lock-in effect, AI enhances efficiency. But in terms of cultural consumption, there are concerns over diversity and identity. So on this part, there are many concerns, but essentially, to break away from this lock-in effect, we need to be independent. The AI lock-in that you have, you should be independent from that. When I use ChatGPT for work, I actually ask while I have an answer already. So it's not about asking what the answer is to ChatGPT. So I think that's the only way we can kind of step away at least a bit from the algorithm. And the last, I have two answers to that. As a content creator, please watch my content so that I can profit more, so that I can be happier. But as a human being, digital addiction is so serious. And personally, I try to do digital detox. I only succeed once a year, one day a year, so it's really difficult to avoid. But as a creator in this AI world, to survive, what can I do? Well, first of all, I'm in my 30s, so we are digital natives and not AI natives. So those in their teenage years or 20s, when they start to create content, people like me won't have competitiveness. So, which is why I am starting to think about what I can create, something that AI cannot follow. So I think it would be good to share these thoughts with other people. I do, for example, listen to life stories of people on the street and sing and share life stories together while singing, for example. So because AI cannot follow my experience. So if you're coming into content, utilize AI well or don't use it and go with authenticity. So take a different strategy. And don't look at your phones as much as possible. Thank you. So those were different opinions. And the best way, in my opinion, is to really take away the phone physically. And I think we have time for one more question. And the last question is to Chris. So, including Korea, there are many AI generated content being created. So, foreign content, how do they view AI content? So, what's your opinion on this as a person who has experience in global culture? In my opinion, nowadays, I think AI generated content are, they don't see that it's created by AI, but over time, it will show. And in Korea, if people start making AI generated content that doesn't really show that it's AI, maybe people will watch more of it. So Korean creators, if they use a bit of AI, they can enter into global market and overcome the language barrier as well. So I think that's something that Korean creators may be able to do. We have questions coming up again and again. I think we have 2 minutes, so just one more question.
부장님,
Now this goes to Mr. Chung. So, content from social media creators, it's hard to track provenance or ownership. So, story protocols, blockchain solution can that be applied to content from social media creators? And what kind of technical mechanism do we need? Proving ownership. So, I'm not sure if I fully understand what that means. Anyway, let's say you take a picture of that and I upload it, that means it's fine. If someone else uses another person's IP, there could be a problem of tracking the author. So We use blockchain because it's an open protocol, meaning anyone can access it. Anyone can make a record in the book ledger. So anyone can come and register their IP and their rights. And of course, the other feature that you need is to verify whether that person really is the author. And there are two ways that you can register. So I upload the social media picture, and at the same time, I can go to blockchain and register that this photo is mine. That's one way. But the more ideal way is having the person running the social media channel would apply story as a backend, and automatically the content uploaded would be registered. So the latter, of course, from the perspective of retail users would be easier because it's automatic. And going back to the beginning of this question, let's say that you want to figure out whether this is the original IP or a secondary work. Story protocol won't be able to help you there. Even under the current existing IP system, the problem is the author has to come out. And then the secondary work author would have to agree, or they would have to meet each other in the court. And what we are building is not replacing existing legal system. It's going to reflect the existing legal system and at the same time overcome the limitations of the existing IP system. So we don't have a solution for that. However, if the dispute is overcome, the two people can register your IP both on Story. Thank you. So that was a very great question to end this panel discussion. So what we are going to consume in the age of AI, how to make choices, and what criteria that we should have was the topic today. I hope it was informative. And before letting you go, let's listen to what you felt about this session too, and any closing remark for the audience. Starting with Professor Kim. So thank you for inviting me to this important international event. AI is indeed going to change our lives in many ways, but what matters is that you have control. If so, AI is just going to be a tool.
So I will talk in Korean because this is personal. So most of you are forerunners. And thank you for being here with us today. And if we have another event like this, the topic will be very different. The many videos and photos that we shared today will be very different in a year or so. So 30 years back, we had personal computers and then mobile, and then 3 years of AI. And with Gen AI for the past 3 years has changed so much of our lives. It was revolutionary. So again, we need to be independent. And in this rapidly changing world, we need to be in control of how we use AI to what level. And to do so, I would like to thank MOFA for preparing this event for such a dialogue. I think Web3, so there's 1, 2, 3, and we're now in 3, and we say needs, rights, and own. So need is more about the late 90s to early 2000s, where we simply receive information, but now it's more about writing. We all can write. And now it's about ownership in Web3. So again, today, ownership and IP, these are things that we are looking into nowadays. Why is this relevant? Because most of the output from AI is intangible assets. It's not physical. It is non-physical assets, and those values will have more value over time. So We can talk about Web3 and blockchain and all those different terminologies, but again, web content will have value, and on the digital world, we talk about ownership, and that can be a new type of asset. I think that is a different perspective that we should have. Thank you. So I want to talk about the industry that I am in. So if we look at the trend, we use AI to create content and creatives, and these are impacted by trends. And if it's a trend, people want to try it. That's still something that's happening. But over time, with more advancement in technology, the quality will definitely go up. And at a certain point, AI generated content will be a prerequisite, and from then, the human made content or those areas will again be more valuable. So again, AI is a tool that can enhance efficiency, so it can be utilized as much. But the actor that actually consumes the content is human, which is why human cannot be left out. So with AI and human coming together, the development will go in a more positive direction. And Chris? So I'm the last one. I'll be brief. So if you can use it, use AI as a tool. And if not, just go with authenticity. Thank you. Thank you. That was very brief, quick, and impactful. Thank you. So technology really makes us and connects us and makes us smarter, but the gap also can increase over time. And in this situation, what kind of information shall we take in? That's something that we have looked into through this session. So in this world, I think each one of us, the consumers, need to judge more proactively and be more diverse in perspectives. And with that, we will close the second session, Cultural Life in the AI Era. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So the speakers, we will have a photo session, so please stay on stage.
네, 저는 이제 클로징 멘트가 있기 때문에.
So we have a closing comment, so let me go back to the podium.
네, 자 우리 세션이.
So we have now finished the session with a group photo. I'm going to now close the event. I would like to sincerely thank everyone joining us offline and online to this Future Dialogue for Global Innovation 2025. We have discussed the topic of the future of AI and culture, society for creativity and diversity, with a lot of experts, researchers, artists, business people, and relevant officials from international organizations. I would like to thank all speakers, panelists, and everyone who has participated to this event. After we close this event, we are going to send you a link for a survey of your feedback for a better future dialogue. And next year's program, please make sure to participate in the survey. So you are going to receive a link for a mobile survey. Please make sure to participate. MOFA will make sure to strive to come up with a better event to discuss important issues for the future through public cultural diplomacy. With this, we will officially close the program for the Future Dialogue. Thank you very much and have a safe trip back.